How we all doing? Hope everyone's doing well. I've been having a pretty chill morning. Thank you, Chester. I did do a little checking up on a thing I mentioned that I wanted to check up on yesterday about the Shinsengumi there, and the incident that is coming up in that game, which is not what we're playing today, but probably what we'll be playing tomorrow, is indeed the historical event that I was thinking it was. So did a little reading up on that. Because the Edo period, not my specialty when it comes to Japanese history. But, yeah. Other than that, I did put through that thing finally. I made, like, a separate subscriber badge if you've been subscribed for a year or more. So now you have a second carrot. A smaller carrot. So you have, like, the Daisho carrot combo. A little Owakasashi carrot, if you will. Which took me all of about 10 minutes to do in GIMP. But I finally did it. So that's a thing. Other than that, been having a pretty chill morning. Not a heck of a lot going on. Let's see. Has to be large carrots. Well, a smaller carrot. It's still quite sizable, I assure you, and I've never had any complaints. Let's see. Yep, there we go. You'd complain? Chester, the size king. Let's see here. At me, I'm the gamer. At me, I'm gamer. Sega. But back to some Snatcher, I think. We left off at a bit of a cliffhanger. It would appear one of our co-workers is probably a Snatcher. Hey, you doing? How you doing? Stretchies, yes. Probably a good idea. Ooh. Thank you, Andy. Enjoy your lurk, Chester. Let's see. No, I wanted to... Whoops. I didn't want to move, I wanted to look around. Let's see. Right. It's a famous pop star from the previous century. It's definitely not Madonna. Let's see. Yeah, it's a picture from Harry's childhood. Well, if Harry had a childhood, could he really be a Snatcher? There's something on the desk. There's a box of matches and a memo. Well, we have to... It is from Outer Heaven. Oh. Outer Heaven is where a lot of the Snatchers have been operating and doing their stuff. What? Outer Heaven matches? Harry had Outer Heaven matches? It says Face to Face. A hit song by Susie and the Banshees. Featured on the Batman Returns soundtrack. Face to Face. It's in very bad shape, but the corners have been reinforced. Harry was really taking good care of it. There was a thunderstorm here in Quebec. And a tornado risk, but your city is okay. It's just a thunderstorm. That's good. Glad no one was harmed in good old Quebec. You from the Montreal area, or it's about the only area I know of, Quebec. So. We could see the entire photo. We could determine who Harry's parents are. It's definitely a box of matches that Outer Heaven gives away to its regular customers. Harry's the only one in the headquarters who smokes. Oh, jeez. I can't believe that Harry might be a snatcher. But he had matches from Outer Heaven. No, I can't believe that Harry could be a snatcher. Let's hang on to these matches. That will not be necessary. They are identical to the ones we already have. I'm constantly recording everything that happens. It will be a burden to on the investigation. Let's put them here. It's in Harry's handwriting. I wonder if it's some kind of message. This face-to-face thing has got to be the key. We have to search in areas that this brings to mind. It probably means either search for face-to-face or watch out for face-to-face, or something like that. Hang on to this memo for me, Metal. Alright, I'll store this memo as evidence. Well, there is the poster there. Or the photo? From the Lanaudière area, it's between Montreal and Quebec. It's true. Nice, nice. Good to know. Let's see. Right. This is definitely Harry's handwriting. What could it mean? I don't know what else face-to-face could be referring to then. But we also suspect the Chief could be a snatcher, although it's already looking like pretty definitively Harry, right? This is the Chief's office. He's not in at the moment. So both of them are out. Alright, let's try this last room. It's the Chief's chair. The Chief is not in it. It appears that the Chief is out at the moment. You gotta click everything like 3-4 times. The monitor is switched off. That's unusual. It's the first time I've ever seen it shut off. Wait a minute. Do you notice anything odd about this picture? Look, doesn't it look like a face to you? Oh, I see. It's one of those... Yeah, it's two faces, right? A face? I don't get it. Look at this. I thought it was just a picture of a vase. If you reverse the background and the drawing, it's two faces, face to face. This must be the face-to-face that Harry was referring to in his memo. This picture was clearly designed to take advantage of the human sense of sight. What's that supposed to mean? That you can see it easily if you're not human? Let's search more carefully. Check out the face-to-face part of it, will ya? There is a switch between the two faces. I'll push it. The picture flipped over to reveal a photograph. Based on the condition of the inks, I would judge this photograph to be at least 50 years old. I've seen this somewhere before, but I just can't recall. Metal, where was this picture taken? Alright, I will now search for the data in this photo location, this photo location in the Alpha 1 network. I found it. This is a photograph of a red square in Moscow, taken somewhere before the catastrophe. I was gonna say that looks like that's supposed to be like Lenin, right? Red square. That's a picture... What's a picture like that doing in the chief's office? Store that in your video memory for me, will you? I have now stored the photo's image in my memory. The chief had this picture? Or someone planted it there to set up the chief. And there were those matches that Harry had, too. Which one is the Snatcher? It will depend on what evidence we can turn up. Both of them seem suspicious. Maybe it's somebody else entirely. That's true. That patient chart with the Benson on it is quite suspect as well. Maybe someone wanted us to find it. I've been saying that, like, this whole, like, oh, Benson thing is very, like... like, how are these the only two Bensons, for one thing? They both seem to work... They're the only two Bensons in Neo Kobe, and they work in the same place. Got a comment on one of your fics on AO3. It turns out it was someone leaving a comment to offer a scam sketch that wanted you to contact them on Discord. Jesus Christ. The art scam bots are getting, like, real, real inventive, aren't they? Jesus. Maybe it's a trap. And it can't be ruled out based on the evidence we've seen so far. Hey, Kinky, how you doing, hon? Alright, let's see. Alright, I assume that's it. What's that? If I was a snatcher, I don't think I'd hide a picture in a place as out in the open as this. Well, that's true. So there must be some reason why the picture was here, even if it meant some risk. It's an extremely strange thing, right? Sleepy from the hike and desire cuddles. Aww. Well, I would offer you cuddles if I could, Kinky. Ain't got no time for... Exactly. Before that, let me put this photo of Red Square back where we found it. Yeah, we can't let anyone know that we've learned the secret of this picture. Where would you like to go? Back to engineering, maybe? Appreciate it, but I must figure out who it was. Who's the Snatcher? I mean, I already looked around. I don't know what else I could look at. I do think that we were maybe a snatcher. That is, I am running under the assumption that actually that Gillian, the main character here, is in fact like an advanced snatcher himself, which would explain the memory loss. And of course, because this game is cribbing a whole lot from Blade Runner's sheet. All right. Hey, Dragoon, how you doing? I don't suppose there's anything else here. Very disappointing ending if that's the case. Well, well, that doesn't, that's not the only answer that we would be looking for, though, right? Ah, thank you, Dragoon. Like, that's like the secondary mystery. Like, the primary thing we're doing is still, like, trying to stop, you know, the Snatchers. But then there's the added thing of what is Gillian's history? Like, why does he and his wife have this memory loss? Why does there appear to be a falsified photo of his wife? And what? Yeah, like, so there's like the secondary mystery going on here. But we would still be doing the primary thing even if we were ourselves Snatchers. Similar to like Blade Runner, right? It's like the fact that Deckard may or may not be a replicant doesn't actually, you know, take away from the main storyline. Deckard is still doing what he's doing, regardless of if he is a replicant or not. She was the one behind it, and she was unknowingly using you, quite possibly. Every time we bring up the subject, she kind of tries to steer the conversation away from it quite quickly, right? Like every time we go, like, you know, oh, hey, like, I found this picture of you, and, like, it does not make chronological sense, because the picture appears to be of you at the Moscow Olympics, and that took place before we were born. And she's like, oh, I wouldn't worry too much about it anyway, haha. Right, like, so it does seem like there's something weird going on, right? Alright, I mean, if they left, alright, I've broken the code that was on the patient record. It was the patient's name. In other words, I've uncovered a possible snatcher. What? Who? Oh my god, it's not someone I know, is it? I don't know their full name, but the name Benson was written on the file. In other words, Benson Cunningham, the chief, or our friendly engineer, Harry Benson. So that's the situation. You be careful too, Mika. That's terrible. We're all friends. I know you don't want to believe it, but we're dealing with Snatchers. Hey, Necro, how you doing? The Thalby keepeth something from me. Yeah, it is very suspicious, right? Like, she does seem to be quite eager to move away from the subject of their past and their memories when they're brought up. You're at work? Boo. That's the way they operate. Harry's out right now. He seemed to be going after the chief when he left. Said he had to check on something. Okay. I don't know when he'll be back. He's been a little restless lately. He seemed to be investigating something. That would be weird, because we seem to be the only one investigating anything around here. Like, we're the only ones that are actually doing our job. Chief's been really busy lately. He'll be attending the Kyoto Summit next month, and he had a lot of meetings and stuff related to that. Not sure where we would want to go next. Like, neither of them are here. I don't think there's any reason for us to go anywhere else. We could pop in just to make sure nobody's anywhere else, I guess, but it seems like everybody else left. Because there's only like 4 employees here. The little detective's room. Let's see. Alright. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else in this area. I doubt anybody's in the shooting range. Alright, I guess we can go look around. There's, like, only so many places that would make sense to check. Oh, here we go. Gillian, I have a video phone call from Jamie. I'll connect you.
Gillian, it's me, Jamie. Listen carefully. You know that Queen's Hospital? I found out that they undertook a major expansion project in 2035 to put in a basement. That's right, they have a basement. Basement construction is really unusual here in Neo-Kobe. That's why there were still records of it. But there's more. The director of that hospital, Shin Shu-ho, has had his license suspended in the past for performing eugenics experiments at an illicit underground facility.
Are you telling me Queens has underground treatment facilities?
That has to be it, Gillian. Chin Shu-ho is performing skin operations on Snatchers underground.
And that means that Chin himself is also probably a snatcher. Or rather, the real Chin, the original Chin, was snatched.
So, that entire ground-level complex is just a front for the underground facilities.
And if we hit that hospital, we can ruin the Snatcher's plans. Well, this is it, Metal. We're heading right into the enemy's headquarters this time.
Gillian?
Yeah?
This sounds really dangerous. I just wanted you to know, I want you to come home safe.
Jamie...
The reason I left you is because I thought you were pushing yourself too hard, being self-destructive. And it seemed like the wedding ring you were wearing when they found us had become a tremendous burden on you. I didn't want that to be the only reason we stayed together.
Oh, Jamie, I never felt that way at all.
I'll be waiting for you. We may not have our memories, but you are the only one I've ever shared any time with. Be careful, Gillian.
I mean, at least as far back as I remember, which is only 3 years.
Are you all right, Gillian?
Yeah. All right, Metal, let's go. We have to pay a visit to Queen's Hospital.
I like
Her
Metal's
Majesty is waiting.
sympathetic voice there. Jane has a crush. Oh, Jane likes her husband. Ooh. Her husband she's separated from. AN64, how you doing? It's me, I'm the Bun Bun. We've boarded the turbocycle. Where would you like to go? But yeah, I like Metal's sympathetic voice there. Are you okay, Gillian? Struck me as very funny. Robot trying to sound like sympathetic. You're melting. It is very warm. Alright, to Queen's Hospital. I don't know why, but I could go for a couple hot dogs.
Just where do you
right
think
now.
you're going?
What's
This is
happening?
most unusual. The turbo cycle seems to be out of control.
Switch over to manual. I'll take over.
Understood. I've switched to manual control. Well, how is it?
What the? We've got no brakes!
Good face.
Metal, check the brake system out. Pronto!
Sorry, Gillian. Looks like sabotage. No doubt the Snatcher's handiwork.
Sabotage? But the only one who could work on the turbo cycle?
Worry about that later. Gillian, we've got to do something quickly.
I need that Gillian face. Jump out, give up, pull the emergency lever. No, pull the level over. Bleh, pull that lever over there. Alright, here goes. You're in Newfoundland. Shouldn't be this warm. It was 64 degrees Celsius. Dang. It broke off. 1 second, everybody. Alrighty, we're back. Alright. I guess we've had it. I guess we jump out. We'd never survive. It would be like jumping off the Brooklyn Bridge. A rather dated image, don't you think? Alright, I guess we give up. Like, we're not gonna be able to survive. We have to hope that we're not being taken someplace terrible, I guess? What? Are you giving up? You can't be serious. At this speed, you'll be torn to pieces. There's nothing we can do. Don't give up so easily. Don't give up so easily. There might be some way out of this yet. What in the world are you doing? Okay. Drive into sand pile? I mean, that's probably softer than hitting a cliff. Thank you, bro. I will stretch and hydrate. Oh, how you doing, hon? Ugh. I mean, we can press a button. I'll push this button here.
And a good morning to you, my friend. Bud Miller with you here on the big 90.7. Looks like we're gonna have a bright...
You've turned on the radio, Gillian. What are you doing? Gathering achievements in KF2. Nice. Alright, I guess into a sand pile. Alright, I'll try plowing this thing into that sand pile over there. Hang on tight. I need that Gillian face. Completed all maps on normal difficulty, collected all collectibles, and reached level 10 with every playable perk class. Jeez. Nice. Damn, won't anything work? I feel like hitting cliff is a really bad idea. Maybe press another button? Try another button. Oh no, that was the switch for the afterburner. Out of 300? Jesus. Whoops. You boosted our thrust by 23%. Do something, Gillian. How about this button? That's the heater. Temperature is increasing. 68, 69, 70, 71, 72. There, it's reached a comfortable room temperature. Don't care about the temperature right now. We're finished. It's been nice knowing you, Gillian. Shut up, there must be something. It's hopeless. We're moving at over 200 kilometers per hour. There's no way we can survive. Damn, the speed keeps increasing. Pray to God. Well, Metal, I haven't known you for very long, but it's been fun. Gillian, let's pray together. Actually, I'm not religious. I didn't think so. Well, that's it, Gillian. Prayer. Look, a new command has appeared on the menu. The fourth wall breaking of this. Amazing.
Damn. What else can we do? Metal, start punching buttons.
Any buttons at all?
Yes.
Kojima
yes,
is
push
God,
anything.
I guess, right?
Gillian, this doesn't seem to be doing any good.
Damn, I was sure that would work.
I was pretty sure
The
it
road
would
makes
too.
a sharp right turn just 1,500 meters ahead. At this speed, we'll never make it. Gillian! Gillian!
Sweats profusely.
Hey,
Kojima is God.
Huh? Over here. What's that? Gillian, over here. Random.
It's random.
Gillian, you gotta jump over to my bike.
Our boyfriend.
800 meters until we reach the curve.
Metal, you go first.
What? Not again.
Move your butt. That curve's just ahead.
Understood. 1, 2, 3.
Posture check.
All right, Gillian, now it's your turn. Keep her steady.
300 meters until you reach the curve.
Gillian, jump! I can't. My timing's off.
150 meters.
Gillian, now!
70 meters.
Now, Gillian, now!
Oh, we're too late.
I am literally hitting buttons. Trying to get Gillian to move.
Gillian! I guess he didn't make it. Don't bury me so fast. I'm right here. Don't you even know how to ride a motorcycle?
Gillian, it's not much farther to Queen's Hospital, and you could probably use the exercise anyway. Why don't we just continue the rest of the way like this?
Like this? Like clinging on to the back of my boyfriend's unicycle?
We've arrived at Queen's Hospital.
So, this is the place, huh?
Random, are you sure you know what you're doing? This isn't going to be a field trip, you know. We may
That's
not come
me, I'm
back.
gamer.
And the bounty for this one will more than make up for it.
If you're around to spend it, that is.
Thank you, Chester.
Gillian,
Very
let's
sweet
get
of you.
going.
Thank you, Chester. Very kind of you. The pain just means your back muscles are getting stronger, right? Sure, yeah, that's definitely what that means. Don't worry about it, yeah. Don't count your boyfriend out just yet, exactly. But thank you, Chester. Very kind of you. Does that mean our, like, boyfriend's gonna come in and help us out here? The building is not typical of those constructed as hospitals. It was probably originally used as an office building, or for some other purpose. Okay, we knew that. I guess we might as well just go inside. Alright, now entering their security system. Lock disabled. Alright, random, let's go. Wow, it's random talking. I'm ready for anything. Alright, I'll open the door. Are we just playing random now? Are we not even playing Gillian? We're inside the hospital. It's really quiet in here. There has to be an entrance. There has to be an entrance to the lower level in here somewhere. I have to pay attention to a third voice. The cooler pro tag now, yeah, right. Wish you luck. You're gonna brave the outdoors for some comfort food. Good luck, Crow. Get you something good. Pick me up something nice too. I'm starving. It's super hot out. It has been so warm everywhere. Alright, part of me wants to close these. I'm assuming it's door 3, right? Because door 3, if I recall... So what if we close the other ones, just to be on the safe side? Gillian, let's try switching my light on, shall we? Pitch black in here, ain't it? Alright, turn your light on. Yes, sir, coming on. The light is now on. I turn the controls over to you, Gillian. Yeah, press B button together with the direction. Right. Alright. Take a quick look around and make sure there's, like, you know, nothing about to kill us. Alright, cool. Thank you, Sixlet. I shall hydrate. How you doing, hon? Like, this has to be the entrance to the underground, right? Like, presumably it has to be. It's a simple vase. What's this? Oh, you know, that wasn't even why I was thinking check the vase, but yeah. Face to face. Doesn't this look like the picture that's on the wall of the chief's office? That's a famous optical illusion, isn't it? I get it. Their eyes don't register optical illusions. We better check that out. It's not something a human would notice easily. It could be a sign of some kind. Chillin'? I am as well. Chillin'. Enjoying some Snatcher. I bet this vase is some kind of switch. Alright, I'll try lifting it up. Oh. Alright, yeah, it had to be, right? That was like the only logical answer. The desk slid to one side, revealing a staircase leading down.
This apparently leads down to a lower level.
It looks like Jamie was right. Queen's Hospital does have a basement.
And that basement is the Snatcher's main lair. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, as they say. Well, what do we do now, Gillian?
Thank you for the hype train. Thank you for all those gift subs, Chester. Very kind of you. You sweetheart. Alright, well first I'm gonna save my game. Sure would. Alright, let's peep. It appears to go straight down. A door is visible below. Unlike the hallway, these stairs do not have any dust on them. In other words, our friends use this, right? Don't worry, it's well built. If these stairs can handle a Snatcher, they won't have any trouble with us. Alright, can we move to the door? Oh, motion detector. I don't read anything at the moment. I don't know how I didn't notice it said that. My sensors are not picking anything up. Alright, we can descend the stairs now.
It's a very narrow stairway. We'll have to go down single file.
Okay, who's going to take the point?
That's obvious. The guy with the light.
Hey, that's not fair!
You're also shorter than us, so we can shoot over you, Metal, if we have to.
Well, well, what do we have here?
It's the hospital corridor.
It's the same hallway, but not the one that's on the first floor.
So what does that mean?
An entire floor of Queen's Hospital has been duplicated underground.
So the same floor is both upstairs and downstairs.
How weird.
Sort of like parallel worlds.
So that desolate setup upstairs is all just a smokescreen. They're making it look like the place is closed down, but in reality, they're keeping themselves quite busy.
Gillian, that means we're already right in the middle of their headquarters. Please use extreme caution.
No, I'm just gonna blunder through. There is a reception booth in the middle of the floor, as upstairs, and there are 3 doors off the hallway. Everything is exactly the same. It's like we jumped through time or something. It's been polished quite meticulously, nothing like upstairs at all. I see. It was a linoleum floor, huh? Why is that interesting that it was linoleum? The monitors and control consoles also appear well cared for. In other words, this stuff gets looked at regularly. We better be real careful. Yep, okay. We want to look at everything first, probably, just to be on the safe side, and then investigate everything. The monitors are switched off, but the AC power lamps are still lit. Okay. And then finally, look at the doors. Doors closed. Okay, it's just going to tell us those doors are closed. Alright. I'm confident that we're not going to have to click those multiple times just to see that. Let's see. So we probably look at the desk here. Yep. There are switches here to open the doors. Yeah. There we are. The switches. Okay. I'm going to just... What's this? Unlike the first floor, there are only 2 door switches. That's unusual. There's 3 doors. I wonder how one can get the 3rd door open. There must be some kind of trick or something. I mean, there's only 2 buttons. Alright, I'll push it. Switch 1. Door 1 opened. Alright, well, let's go in the first door. Alright, let's check out the first room. What if the 3rd one's just not locked? Could just be that the 3rd one's not locked. We're in room 1. The lights are on, unlike upstairs. Alright, look, let's look. Yeah. I had a feeling. It's a snatcher! Don't scare me like that, it's just a specimen. I mean, it was creepy looking, though, to be fair. Smell. Oh, the smell from those drugs could knock a guy down. Let's see. Let's look around. There's an operating table in the middle of the room. This appears to be their real treatment area. With these lights, it actually looks like a real hospital. Oops. Should probably... We'll look at everything here. Various X-ray devices have been installed in the ceiling. A number of brand new medical monitors are installed. It appears to be a standard operating table. Cables run from it to a number of the machines around the room. It's a model of a human skeleton, no doubt used for anatomical study. There's nothing of note besides the medical equipment. Besides the standard X and gamma rays, they can also project neutron and proton particle beams with this equipment. I would suspect that it is used in cancer treatment. These are monitors for ultrasound, MRI scanners, and other image equipment. They are already connected to the nearby machines. The surface of the bed is still quite warm. It's as if someone was lying there until just moments ago. Oh, well, that's not ideal. I'm not picking up any movement. At least not anymore. There was some movement, but I've lost it now. This is rather grotesque. It's somewhat distorted. For a medical model, it is quite inaccurate. Are we sure it's just a, you know, anatomical skeleton study thingy then? When you look at them like this, there isn't much difference between them and humans, is there? We're not so different, you and I. I want to say I'm surprised, but the fact that this is one of the only rooms we've ever been able to look over at like that, right? I assumed that had to be the case, right? Still, that is a... This game, for, like, its time, has some really, like, good little, visual, like, kind of, gimmicks like that, right? Where it'll introduce something, and then, like, make you wait on it a bit, and then bring it back in a way to, like, shock you like that. Like, it did a similar thing with the mirror, right? In, when you're investigating, the first Snatcher dude, right? Where you see, like, the mirror... And they make a point to you look in the mirror and you see yourself in the mirror, and the comments on the mirror and everything, and then you go back into, you know, and check on it again, and then that's when, like, there, you know, the Snatcher appears behind you in the mirror, and you can see him, you know. Yeah. Hey, Blucky, how you doing? And welcome, Jonathan. It was definitely there a moment ago. I read movement. Gillian, watch out! Can I draw my gun? Shoot! Aim for the head!
Did I get it?
The Snatcher's functions have been terminated. There's no doubt now that this is their maintenance facility. This one was probably still waiting to get its artificial skin installed.
So this is what they really look like, huh?
Yeah, that's the scariest thing about them. You can't tell them from real people once they've got that skin on.
Perhaps that's humanity's great weakness. We're always judging books by their cover.
And it's just that human weakness that they're out to take advantage of.
All right, Random. Metal, let's go.
He looks so
HQ's
small
jump
now.
squad can take care of him later. We've got an investigation to do.
I think it's definitely dead or terminated this time. Yes, all of its functions have ceased. I don't need any residual energy either. I'll be back. Yeah. Are you hit, Gillian? Yeah, but just once, don't worry. That was quite a rough customer. You get a few hundred of those together, and that would be it. Gillian, let's get on with the investigation. Smells like burning machinery. You'd think we would be, like, sneezing, right, from the Snow 9? Like, the Snatchers are almost always in the presence of Snow 9. Its functions have been completely terminated. It won't be moving again. I mean, I hope so. The remains of the Snatcher are on the floor. I see that. So, it looks like this is where they were doing their treatment. And the proof is all there on the floor. Let's go out in the hall. Just like the last one, you never know when they might pop out. Keep your blaster ready, Gillian. Alright, let's close that one. Door 1 closed. Hey, Soup, how you doing? We just killed a Terminator. And we close that door into that room just to be extra safe. We're in room number 2. Look at this. Some kind of testing equipment's running. That's a real nasty sound. Gets on my nerves. This room seems to be their real biotech research lab. Looks like Frankenstein could show up any minute. We love you, Random. It is well equipped with micro-manipulators, various types of lasers. It has a microsurgery system. No cobwebs in this room. Just got some ivermectin. It's gonna party. Gonna party like a real horse girl, Soup. Giving horse girls ivermectin is species is what's the word? What's the phrase? Like species confirming care. Affirming, thank you. The word was escaping me. There we go. Yeah. Species affirming care. There you go. So you can be a real horse girl now. I feel like the fact that's a thing, that the ivermectin becoming an over-the-counter drug thing while Uma Musume is a meme is a gift. Specifically to me. Yeah. I feel like that's a gift just to me that happened while Uma Musume is a meme. It's like they just want me to make horse girl jokes, right? And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking samurai, but people are gonna hurt themselves taking ivermectin because it's, you know, not safe for humans to take. Especially, why would that be available over the counter? But in my defense, it's very funny. It's very funny to me to make Uma Musume jokes and ivermectin. I hope everyone is okay. I hope no one actually hurts themselves and all of that, etc., but also that's very funny to me. I have so little in this life. You have to give me this. You have to let me laugh at ivermectin Uma Musume jokes. If they're doing that, they might as well move bleach to the beverage aisle. Maybe they'll pass like a law too to like make it so you don't, the bleach companies don't have to put that stuff in it anymore that makes it taste bad. Inject the bleach. Yeah. Inject the bleach, or the bright lights, right? You shine bright lights inside a body. Like you just stick the lights up your ass and in your mouth and wherever, right? And shine light inside the body, and that just evaporates the COVID, you know. Don't worry about soup. What? Don't worry about that. That's why we're taking the ivermectin, Soup. We're transcending humanity. We are becoming haunts. Uma Musume is just another sign of it. Soup, why are you trying to stand in the way of human progress? This is the next step in transhumanity, okay? We are transcending humanity to become haunts. Why would you stand in the way of this, Soup? Why do you hate freedom? There are a number of jars for formaldehyde and other chemicals. There are a number of machines for biotech experiments. It seems they are quite serious about their work. We got an ad starting in about a minute. Once we do, we'll take a little break. This is quite an impressive array of equipment. Some university hospitals are not stocked this well. MMR, nuclear magnetic resonance, microscopes, STMs, scanning tunnel microscopes, high-voltage electron microscopes, electron beam holography cameras, streak cameras. Gillian, the Snatchers obviously possess much greater intelligence than we have previously given them credit for. Nevertheless, their technology seems somewhat dated. Dated? What do you mean by that? The equipment and techniques they are using, most of these methods were abandoned years ago. This is well behind the current level of technology in most developed countries. It's a rough approximation, but I would say that they are 20 to 30 years behind the times. What's more, judging from the imbalance of the research materials here, it appears to be primarily the work of one individual. You're telling me that all this work on the Snatcher's artificial skin is being carried out by one person and not some government institution? The design of this lab itself is in violation of a number of the biohazard prevention safety codes. While a few safety cabinets have been installed, there is no autoclave or gas sterilizer anywhere. This is quite far from P4 level. I seriously doubt that this lab was set up by a government or any other large organization. That was what? The monitors we were looking at there, was it with that? Yeah, okay. So yeah, ads will be starting in a moment. We'll take a little break once they do. And there they are. Alright. We'll be right back, everybody, with some more Snatcher. I'm gonna go get some more delicious Coke Zero. I'll be right back. Alright, welcome back, everybody. We should be back from commercials. It's funny how they're skeptical of established medicine, but gobble snake oil remedies without question. They also deny climate change, but believe people are deliberately seeding clouds to cause weather. Yeah, either yeah, it's the amazing. Simultaneously, humans cannot affect the weather, except the Democrats are, of course, controlling the weather, right? Suckers in need of a narrative that easily explains why the bullshit they bought in the Reagan years didn't work out. Yeah. They're also likely bored, given how a bunch of these people already won in life by getting married, owning a home, having kids, etc. Nothing but utter contempt for so many of these conspiracy dunces, and how much it all turns into sports team style clicky bullshit. That's the part that like really gets me. Is it's so much this like team mentality, right? Like a lot of it does end up boiling down to that in a very ridiculous way, where it doesn't matter how wrong their side is. It's their side, so they will root for it no matter what, right? Especially when their stupidity jeopardizes the liberty, livelihoods, and lives of others. Yeah. Hey, Sanford Michael. Glad you got to spend some time with your dad. Very nice. Hey, Crow, welcome back. Those blue-pilled liberals. They don't understand the real truth. Yeah, I mean, but also at this, again, like, and I know I say it all the time. And it's easier to say than it is to actually do, of course. But do bear in mind that these people are also victims, right? They are themselves also victims of the propaganda of these people in power, cutting education, controlling the message, and all of that. So they are also victims in this. Now, that doesn't mean we don't get to be upset when they do shitty things, right? But I do think it's important to keep that in mind. They are also victims in this. So we try to not hate them, right? You can hate the things they do. You can hate the system that brought them to be. You can hate the system that is keeping them in ignorance and all of that. But you do try to bear in mind that they are also victims in this. And that we need to change the system, and you blame the institutions that are in place that created the current situation, and not just the people that are suffering under these institutions that need to be taken down. But then again, I'm a big ol' anarchist, so of course I would say that, right? Hope I like kettle jalapeno flavored kettle cooked potato chips. I love kettle chips, yeah. Sacrifice their own rights, abandon their own principles, etc. for a win. Yeah. Yeah. There's ignorance and there's willful ignorance. Yeah, but how can you tell which is which? And something is like the difference between ignorance and willful ignorance, of course, is like someone that is presented with the correct information and chooses ignorance, right? And does not change, when, of course, these people have been so indoctrinated in that everything is telling them that the other information is false, right? Like if you could take these people out of that situation, if you could take each of these people in complete isolation, right, and present them with the information, then surely like rational people would see what was going on, of course. But that's not what's happening here, right? As soon as anyone talks politics, you immediately switch off. Everything is politics. Everything is politics. Wrong. People are fucking stupid. People are stupid. Individuals can be smart. People are bastard-coded bastards with bastard filling. But I have to believe, right, that human beings are capable of doing more, because even if I was wrong, then okay, cool, I'm wrong, fine. But I choose to live my life. You believe I'm wasting my time? Well, what's the alternative? Right? If the choice is I'm going to try to build a better world or I'm going to not, being a bunny on the internet. That's how I'm doing that's my praxis. Bunny on the internet is my praxis. I can do both too. I can be a bunny on the internet and try to do something to help the political landscape and to help the world and everything. You want to believe too, but it's killing you here. You don't I mean, even if you don't believe, isn't it worth acting as such, right? Like embrace the absurdity, but also part of the embracing the absurdity is that we struggle in spite of the absurdity, right? And it is that struggle that is enough to fill a man's heart. Because what's the option? Right? Like what, if you are not going to try to make a better situation, then what are you doing here? You right? I won't say like, that particular quote, but there's a particular quote, of course, from Camus about exactly that, right? The only real question, the big question that a philosopher needs to ask is that one, right? Why don't I do that? Instead, I can either get a cup of coffee or, right? So why do you get the cup of coffee? Mostly surviving and trying to wait for a chance to swat the idiot's hand away from the burner, and that's you embracing the absurdity. That is you struggling in spite of that, and that is enough to fill a man's heart. Better go doing fighting while trying to make a better world. Yeah, go down fighting. Exactly. If you're not struggling against it, then what are you doing? So yeah, that's my take on it. Are people just shitty? Often. Do I believe people can be less shitty? I'd like to think so, and I will act as if they can. Could I be wrong? Absolutely. But I like my way of action better than the alternative. Silence and indifferent is complicity, correct. There are a lot of issues, just have to pick and choose what you can combat and what you should leave to people better suited than me. Basically, yeah. Also, don't get it twisted though in the whole like, well, we can only before we do this, we need to tackle this. Shouldn't we be tackling this first? Don't fall into that rhetorical trap though, because that is a trap that people content with the status quo like to pull, right? We can't tackle this huge problem. We should be tackling this problem before we tackle that problem. We can tackle more than one problem at once. Thank you very much, right? It's a trick used by people that are, the status quo warriors. Multitasking can be done, exactly. And it is done, largely like you said. We can allocate these problems out to different people that are capable of conquering these different problems. And part of the thing is, of course, that this whole like, well, we need to conquer one problem at a time. The problem is, of course, that these problems are intertwined. You cannot tackle some of these problems one at a time because these problems reinforce one another and rely on one another and strengthen one another. So you have to tackle some of these problems at the same time. Like, a popular one with this, of course, is, like, talking about race versus class, right? As if these two things are two monoliths that exist completely separate from one another. We can't tackle class problems until we tackle race. No, we have to tackle race before we can tackle class. These are both things that are, you know, they are very much intertwined, right? So it's a trick to say we shouldn't be focusing on this, we should be focusing on that. They are a very similar issue. Or we shouldn't worry about class until we worry about wealth distribution. Like, that's almost the exact same problem, right? So stuff like that. So we have to be mindful of that, of course. But anyway, hey, video games, right? You like video games? I like video games. I'd say, like, we went off on quite the political tangent, but we are playing a Kojima game. The man kind of likes his politics. There are a number of cell cultures and other specimens. It's all rather grotesque. I think that was containers. The dates on the samples indicate that they are rather new. I think that's everything. Phew, what a smell. Ugh, smells a lot rotting fish or something. I imagine that's supposed to be smells a lot like rotting fish? Smells... or just smells like rotting? I don't know. Okay. Thank you, Random. That's the smell of decomposing protein. So that's the smell of cancerous skin cells, like Gibson wrote about, huh? Rotting flesh. I forgot that they mentioned that. That the particular, like, advanced melanoma that the Snatchers get, like, literally smells of rotting flesh. Ah, thank you, Dragoon. Ah. Delicious. Yep. That skeleton back there was probably waiting to get his skin here, huh? You think this place is only used for skin treatment? Gillian, please be more quiet. They'll hear us. You never know where they could be hiding. Let's keep conversation to an absolute minimum. I really want to press talk again now. Quiet, Gillian. They will hear us if we make too much noise. Alright. Do you think we'll get a game over if we keep doing it? I kinda wonder. Kinda curious. It's like those, like, ghost chasers, right? That just go into the rooms and they start, like, screaming, "Oh, ghost, it's me, your boy! Come out here, you fucking ghosts!" Okay. Alright. It was worth a shot. I think we looked at all this. Yeah, we're pretty sure we looked at all this. Got all this dialogue. Alright. Ugh, I feel sick. Well, we are in a hospital. Let's see. What if we hit both of them? Can I hit them both at the same time? Will that add up to 3? Can I investigate the switches more? Let's see. There are only 2 buttons here. Why don't we check out the other rooms until we figure out how to open the 3rd door? It says morgue. Morgue. As in dead bodies are kept? There are no doorknobs or handles that cannot be opened manually. Only we had, like, guns or something, right? Or, like, it could kick the door down or something. I suppose that's crazy. There was one in the operating room. There are bound to be others. You never know. They could be hiding anywhere around here. I don't know. For a supposed hideout, there aren't that many of them. Quiet, Gillian. They'll hear us if we make too much noise. Alright. I mean, we... Alright, let's see. Let's open the doors. Let's open them both. Let's see. Let's look around again, I guess. Operating table. X-rays. Number of brand new medical monitors. Operating table. Snatcher. Investigate. Let's check the snatcher again. Okay. No longer reading movement. There's nothing around at the moment. Alright, I think this area is cleared out. I feel like we've done everything in this room. Right? We have not found, like, anything of use in this room, but I feel like we, like, did everything in this room. I think that might be new, actually. I think we turned up that in... Okay. Perhaps they are culturing skin cells. Samples mutated cells and organs with tumors. I don't want to look at this stuff. No, I think we did hear random say that, I think. I feel like I've looked and investigated everything, smelled it multiple times, talked until they told me to shut up. Tried using metal, he can only save. Almost suggests a museum. Here of colonial antibodies. What in the world is that? Antibodies, which are said to have beneficial effects on cancerous melanomas. There's no mistake. This is definitely their maintenance hospital. I think it's quite neatly organized. DNA synthesizers, DNA sequencers, nucleic acid extractor, chromatography equipment, automatic pipetting devices. Monoclonal antibodies suck to make, do they? There's a particle accelerator used to generate a stream of heavy particles for a number of different treatment techniques. The machine is in standby mode. It was the last 9 months of your PhD and you wanted to cry every day. Soup is also a doctor. A pediatric surgeon. It was illuminated with red light. It makes for a very disquieting atmosphere. What are they doing here? What's with all these samples? This looks like a lot more than a place to treat skin cancer. Your pediatric infectious diseases on the research end? Nice. Argon dye lasers. It's a device for selectively destroying certain types of cancer cells. They also have the latest gene cannon. I feel like I clicked through, like, all of this. Alright. Is there anything new to look at here? No. Doesn't look like it. Like, we're not uncovering anything new here. We, like, looked at all of this. Like, multiple times. Ah, so Gillian. Now it's down to just room number 3. Yeah, but how do we do it? Maybe it can be opened using those 2 buttons. There we go. That's exactly what I was thinking. Because 1 and 2 equals 3, right?
Alright, let's try pushing both buttons simultaneously.
The 2 buttons are on opposite panels, so there's no way one person can push them both alone. But if 2 of us work together, it might do it.
That's it, Gillian. It makes perfect sense. It's the same system they used to use in nuclear missile silos in the late 20th century. Eliminates the risk of one man going nuts and acting alone.
Well, it's hard to be sure, but let's give it a try anyway. I've got button 1. Random, you push number 2. You ready? On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Come on!
You did it! Door number 3 opened.
With safety measures like that, they must have had a good reason for wanting to keep it closed.
I'm sure it's safe, right? For no reason whatsoever, I'm gonna save the game. I'm not nervous. Are you ready, Random? Let's have a look at the last room. Yeah.
Good God!
I read 4 human skeletons in this room.
It's their morgue!
Perhaps victims of the Snatchers?
Well, it doesn't look like whoever put them here was too worried about making sure they would rest in peace.
No, it doesn't. These have got to be their victims.
This is probably where they hide the bodies of the originals they snatched from places like Outer Heaven.
They probably picked Outer Heaven because it gets a lot of VIP traffic, Plus, during masquerade time, they could work the place and still keep their identities secret.
Yeah, and the guy who set up the link between them and Outer Heaven was Freddy, that taxi driver. They must have gone after him not because of who he was, but what he did. After all, with a taxi, there's plenty of chances to milk your customers for information. That's probably how they learned about Outer Heaven and Plato's Cavern.
I've been wondering what they had done with the bodies.
Want to hide a book? What better place than the library? Need to hide a body? How about the morgue?
And for them, keeping the bodies hidden is crucial. I mean, if somebody who's supposed to be dead is out walking the streets, it wouldn't be too hard to figure out that something screwy is going on.
That means that if we can figure out who these bodies were, then we've just nailed 4 snatchers.
Well, wow. It appears to have been a proper morgue at one time, but now is being used as little more than a closet. It appears that they're just using this room to hide these bodies. There is a ventilation duct on one side of the room. I don't see anything except for the ventilation duct. One of the bodies is still decomposing. The other 3 are little more than skeletons. The positions of the bodies suggest that they were simply thrown into the room. It is connected to an underground air circulation system. It may have led into the tube liner as well. I should have looked at that first, is what I meant to do. There is a cover on the duct, but it has been weakened by oxidation. It appears somewhat... It's rusted somewhat, but it appears that it could be easily removed. Warm air is flowing from the vent. It's apparently a rather large duct. Ugh, that stench. So that's what rotting protein smells like. The decomposition process releases numerous gases. So do I after a nice burrito. The only thing in the room besides the bodies is some dust and scraps, as well as the maggots infesting the newest body. There are a few droppings on the floor from mice who were no doubt feeding on the bodies. A number of different insect larvae have infested the body. It hasn't been well preserved, to say the least. But it's definitely a human body. Sure is. The insects infesting a decomposing body can be divided into 8 large groups. Each of these groups works on the body for roughly 15 days, making an 8 times 15 day or 4-month cycle. As such, an analysis of the variety, number, and size of the organisms on the body allows a rather accurate estimation of which group is currently present. In other words, you can figure out how long the victim's been dead without analyzing the body itself, right? On this particular body, flies have laid eggs, and the maggots have grown into adult flies, so it has been less than 30 days since death. As for the other 3 bodies, 1 full cycle has been completed, so at least 4 months have passed. Can you determine the cause of death? The bodies are severely damaged. Such a determination would require a more extensive facilities than are available here. Let's see. Alright. Hey, Proxy, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. What about the identity of the victims? Hair, clothing, even teeth. Anything that could be used to make an identification is gone. Damn. That one's definitely got teeth still. Damn snatchers! They were careful to make sure their identities didn't get out. If we even had some teeth, we might be able to make an ID. Though there's definitely teeth. We're looking at teeth. What about these teeth here? They've been deliberately misaligned to prevent identification. I guess we'll never be able to ID them. There is a way. What? How? We can perform a simulated reconstruction. Fortunately, the skulls of the victims are still intact. Reconstruction, huh? Good idea. Great idea. Metal, let's do this reconstruction thing on the bodies.
Now performing simulated reconstruction of the head and facial features of each of the 4 victims. Commencing with victim number 1. Now performing craniometric analysis. X-ray and sagittal X-ray, magnetic resonance imaging, and positron CT data gathered. Complete cranial data now being compiled. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction. First, victim's age. Estimate based on 1. Presence or absence of cranial fontanelles and chroma of epicranial sutures. 2. Area of facial region and cranium. 3. Height of upper and lower jaw and development of alveolar part. And 4. Location of cranial center of gravity. Next, victim's sex. Estimate based on 1. Overall size of cranium. 2. Parietal
Metal Gear
bone
is a
angle, and
giant
3.
nerd, yes.
Development of splachnocranium. Lastly, victim's race. Estimate based on 1. Overall cranial configuration. 2. Volume of intercranial cavity. And 3. Mass of the skull. Now commencing soft feature reconstruction based on averaged results of above analysis. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features.
Measure head with
Reconstruction of head
non-approval,
of first victim completed.
It's Freddie Nielsen.
That's definitely him.
Moving on to second victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 2. Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase
What are the
completed.
odds that one of this is
Margin
us?
of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated
Or
hair
Jamie.
and eye features.
Maybe both.
Reconstruction
that's
of
the
head
female
of second
snatcher.
victim completed.
That's Lisa Nielsen.
Moving on to third victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 3. Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed.
This does look
Margin
like
of error
Harry,
on
doesn't
estimate
it?
of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of head of third victim completed.
Who in the world is that?
That's the director of Queen's Hospital, Shin Fui, what's his face,
Shin Shu O, Gillian. Moving on to last victim. Now commencing reconstruction of features of victim number 4.
This one's the most recent. It's still decomposing.
Now starting craniometric analysis. Complete cranial data now being compiled using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Craniometric analysis complete. Now commencing reconstruction using the same techniques as the previous reconstruction. Reconstructing. Initial phase completed. Margin of error on estimate of victim's race 10% based on use of averaged values. Now adding postulated hair and eye features. Reconstruction of
Yeah,
head of
it's Harry
final
right
victim
there, right?
completed.
It's the Chief!
What?
The Chief is a snatcher! The Benson on the scrap of that patient record was Benson Cunningham.
Judging from the condition of the body, I would estimate that the snatching took place approximately 1 month ago.
So it was the Chief who sabotaged our turbocycle. And those matches we found in Harry's room, the Chief must have put them there to try to set him up.
Sorry,
No doubt
Zara.
Harry figured it out and decided to leave that face-to-face message. Wait a minute. Didn't Mika say that Harry had left to go find the Chief?
That's right. He was probably trying to track down some evidence on the Chief.
Gillian, I'd say that this Harry has put himself in a pretty dangerous spot.
If it was the Chief that sabotaged the turbocycle, doesn't that mean that he already knows we're onto him?
Damn! Harry and Mika are in danger!
That's far enough, Junker.
Your little investigation is over.
Well, that is
It's
a
them!
slightly racist sounding
Snatchers?
voice, isn't it?
Get them!
We've been hit. I hope our... No, boyfriend!
My arm! I can't reach my blaster! I'm hit in the leg!
Is that the best you can do, Junker?
Who's there? Jin Shuo, you scum!
It seems you still have some fight left in you. You two are finished, but our plans move forward. We are now entering Phase 2. And when we do, not only this city, but the entire world will be ours to command.
Phase 2? What are you talking about?
As you know, our operations have been hindered up to now by the flaws in our artificial skin. The skin's shortcomings have kept us away from ultraviolet rays, forcing us to do our work at night, underground, or in the winter. In the end, we had to construct a hospital like this, all because of the flaws in our artificial skin. This was the only difference between us and you humans. But now we have broken this barrier.
Huh?
We are on the verge of developing a perfect artificial skin, thanks to the cooperation of a new partner in our
We knew
plans.
this.
Perfect artificial skin?
They're acting like this is new
New
information.
partner?
Once we have the new skin, nothing will be able to stop us. And with that, our plan moves to Phase 2. Our little experiment in this city will end, and we'll move in force to take over the world.
Don't be so sure. You won't get out of the city that easy.
You humans are always so overconfident, so naive.
What are you talking about?
I'm sure you're aware that the Kyoto Summit, being held to decide how to handle the Snatcher problem, opens tomorrow.
Metal, is that right?
Yes, countries around the world are concerned about the Snatcher problem. It will be one of the main topics discussed at this year's summit.
That's right. Tomorrow, we attack the summit.
You must be crazy. The security there will be incredible. You won't even get close.
Must I explain everything to you, Junker?
Oh no,
Aren't you
femboy
even
snatchers,
aware that
yeah.
a fellow Junker will be giving a special
I would fall to
presentation
that in a
at
second.
the summit?
The chief, Cunningham. So that's why you snatched him.
We've known that your chief would be speaking at the summit for over 3 months now.
Gillian, the summit is tomorrow. We have to hurry.
Listen, we have your chief. You Junkers are at our mercy, and so is this city. And tomorrow, we move on the world. Nothing can stop us now. We will finally achieve our long-awaited goal of global domination.
Who is this we you keep talking about?
We are an evolved life form, given life in the depths of the Kremlin by our creator, Modnar. We are a new race.
Modnar? Modnar? The Kremlin? Those names are familiar, but...
Our goal is to snatch all of the world's leaders and then achieve total control of human thought and worldwide racial unification.
You're insane. Humanity won't be so easily dominated. You underestimate the strength of the human spirit.
I think not. In the same way as the Nazis, our strategy begins with the overpowering of the spirit of the people. We will strike at you humans' weakest point, the most primitive part of your psychological makeup, your suspiciousness and fear. By provoking suspicion and mistrust throughout the populace, we will destroy that fragile fabric which holds your society together, that of trust. Fear is you humans' weak point. It is the primitive part of your brains that binds you forever to your animal ancestors and makes you vulnerable. By stimulating that part of your atavistic instincts, our plan can succeed magnificently.
Gillian, at this rate, they'll kill us all. You've got to get out alive. You're a junker.
Just what have you have in mind?
I've got a big fireworks show ready for them. Better that than get snatched.
What? You're gonna blow yourself up? No, we're
No.
better off fighting together.
Boyfriend.
Hey, it won't work. I'm hit in the thigh. Ow, oh, damn. A bounty hunter can't do anything with a leg wound like this. I might as well have been shot in the head.
There
Boyfriend.
must be some way out of here.
Hey, I wasn't doing this job just for fun. I stayed ready for situations like this. I've always been prepared to go out with a bang.
It's December. A little late for fireworks.
So it'll be an off-season show.
No, I can't let you.
My belt's packed with TNT-PX. You know, that really strong stuff they use in the mines on Mars? One push, and this whole hospital will go. No trouble at all. No time to sit around thinking, Junker boy. Go! What are you doing? Get your butt moving, you fool! Get out through this air shaft. I've got a powerful strobe on me. Its flash will screw up their sensors long enough for you to get out. Now, you with me? Fireworks are better from a distance anyway, Gillian.
Are you two finished chatting? Then I think it's time for you to die. We're quite busy, you know.
You ready? When I give the signal, break into the air shaft and run, and don't forget your blaster.
Metal, stay with me.
Yes, sir.
Random.
Gillian! Doesn't look like I'm gonna have a chance to call in that debt you owe me.
Don't worry. I'll pay it back to the Snatchers with interest.
All right, go! Run, Gillian!
Aw. We're losing boyfriend. They couldn't let Random live. They couldn't let there be a character that's just cooler than our main character, right? Random was too cool for this game. Rip Random. Rip
Metal,
boyfriend.
are you okay?
What did the father tomato say to the baby tomato
Metal,
whilst on a
something
family
broken?
walk? Ketchup.
Indeed.
Language circuits have been damaged somewhat.
What happened?
Random blew himself up after getting us into this air shaft.
Random.
Gillian, that explosion should have taken all of Queen's Hospital with it.
The thick walls of this duct must have shielded us from enough of the blast. If it wasn't for Random, we wouldn't have made it. Oh, Random.
Gillian, we have no time for grief now. We must get back to Junker headquarters as quickly as possible. Harry and Mika are in danger.
You're right. And I have to keep my promise to Random. But first, we have to figure out how to get out of here.
I can't see a thing. What should we do?
Turn on your light. Metal, turn your light on, will ya? I was waiting for you to ask. Let there be light. Well, let's try moving forward. There could be Snatchers waiting for us. Please use extreme caution. How far does this thing go? Gillian, are you sure that this thing has an exit? No. How would I know? I can hear the sound of water flowing. Then we must be close to a way out of this thing. There's probably a sewer or something nearby. There's some kind of scratches here. Scratches? Check them out. My light isn't powerful enough. It appears to continue on. I can hear water. It can't be a dead end. This scratch was caused by the scraping of a very hard, claw-like object of some kind. A snatcher? Maybe they were using this as some kind of shortcut or back route. Metal, are you picking up any movement? I'm afraid the shock of that explosion has damaged my motion detector. So is it working or not? I'm getting partial readings, but they are not as sensitive as they should be. If we get attacked in a narrow area like this, we've had it. Please pray for us, Gillian. We've got to make it out of here. Damn. So I have to depend on my own eyes and ears, do I? Alright, let's move. We can't go back. The way is blocked by debris. I didn't say to go back. We can't possibly keep moving forward. Or we can possibly, but it's likely to be a dead end. Buried alive, huh? Great. Check real careful. There's gotta be a way out somewhere. Like, we can go forward, right? We could probably keep moving forward, but it's likely to be... I thought we just said it's not a dead end because we can hear water. It's constructed quite well. There are signs that construction to reinforce it has been carried out. Okay, so we're not getting through the ceiling. Reinforcing bars formed of level 4 hardness steel alloy have been installed. It's quite strong. And that's what saved us, huh? I guess we should thank them. It seems that this is not just a simple air duct. What's this? There's some sand spilled here. How did this get here? Hey, Bailey, welcome back. And thank you. I shall hydrate. Alright, now analyzing this sand. Iron particles, high quantities of phosphorus. This type of sand is particular to the M district in Nyokobe. The M district, huh? Around the old factory, right? What's that mean? It is quite unusual that the particular sand would be present here. It was no doubt brought here by someone. I'm not stinky. I smell good. Let's see. There's some distance. That isn't powerful enough. Both the right and left walls of the duct have scratches on them, as if something hard had bumped into them. It's from the snatchers when they moved through this duct, I bet. You and Bunky smells? Oops, no, come on. Investigate. For an air duct, the quality of dust is quite low. So that means that this thing is used regularly, right? Yes. There is certainly no reason why anyone would ever deliberately clean a duct like this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Gillian did a sneeze. Thank you, Dragoon. Gillian, is it Snow 9? Alright, I will gather and analyze a sample of the air here. Gillian, the results are as I would have expected. Though the concentration is thin, there is definitely Snow 9 present. Snow 9, huh? Is it okay to breathe it? You'll be safe at these concentrations. That does mean that, you know, there's probably a snatcher nearby. The farther we go, the higher the concentration. It must be coming from that direction. Not showing anything.
Stinky boy.
Who's stinky? I'm not stinky. Alright, let's see. Drag through here. Human body would not cause the marks. Maybe that naked snatcher we saw in the operating room? That's probably correct. An endostructure before the artificial skin was installed seems most likely. When did I shower last? You know, I do need a shower, actually. I could use one. The lower surface is constructed of reinforced concrete. This does not seem to be just an ordinary air duct. It looks like the Snatchers have been using it to move around. With those scratches and the presence of Snow 9, I'd say it's definite. Oh, hey, Nana. How you doing? Welcome, welcome. I sure don't want to meet up with any of them in a tight space like this. Alright. We got ads starting in a couple of minutes. Once they do, we'll take another little break while commercials run. Doing good? I'm doing well. I can't complain. I'm playing some Snatcher, which has been interesting. It's been fun to look at this. Ah, we finally have advance. Okay, we can advance now. Alright, continuing forward. Jeez, this thing just keeps going. Oh, you gotta be kidding, not here. Woof. That is so much harder than actually dealing with the Snatchers. Alright, we gotta do better. It's actually, like, way trickier than you would think. Getting the diagonals is tricky. Like, the controller feels unresponsive. Dang. Okay, we'll get this. We'll get this. This is genuinely not easy. It's like genuinely difficult to get the diagonals without like accidentally hitting like an additional input. Hey, Andy. Okay, we will get this. God hand all over again. It's genuinely rough. It's very particular about the cardinal directions. Like if you're off by just a little bit, it'll like, you know. Jesus. Genuinely, like, not easy. I know, we got so close there. Oh my god, so close. I have no idea. I guess we'll find out. I feel like I'm getting, you know, we gotta be getting close, right? Oh my god, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, alright, we did it. I am no longer reading any motion. Yeah, they really build a lot of those things, don't they? They sure fucking do, god. That was close, Gillian. Yeah, I took 3 hits back there. Those insectors must be the security for this area. Which means that at the end of this duct... I'm not reading any more motion. Let's move on. I don't want to meet up with any more of those spiders. Look, a way out. Or, sorry, that's Gillian. Look, a way out. We're saved, Gillian. Welcome back, everybody. We managed to do it. We got through the frickin' spiders. God damn. Metal, don't let your guard down.
What in the world?
This is part of the tube liner, the city's long-abandoned subway system.
You mean Queen's Hospital and this were connected?
Yes, it would appear that the Snatchers were using this to move from place to place. This would provide them with the perfect way to move about while still avoiding the ultraviolet rays they hate so much. We should have realized this sooner. The city is crisscrossed by the tube liner's old lines, and since they are abandoned, the Snatchers could move undetected as well.
Aha! That's how those two we caught a glimpse of at the abandoned factory where Gibson was killed were able to disappear so quickly. They must have used this subway.
That would appear to be correct. The tube liner passes underneath that factory site as well. That would also explain why sand from the factory was in the air duct at the hospital.
So this is the trick they were using to stay out of the sun and avoid being seen while they moved around.
Now we know why it took so long to uncover them.
All right, let's follow the subway. We should be able to get out when we get to the nearest station.
How far does this bloody thing go? We're probably lost. I wonder where we are. Metal, can you see what's up ahead? It appears that the tunnel continues for as far as I can see. That's the area we just passed through. I see nothing out of the ordinary. We were just there, Gillian. There is nothing unusual about it. Oh, pardon me for being careful. The only sound is that of our own footsteps. Metal, can you hear any trains approaching? What are you saying, Gillian? The tube liner system has been abandoned for years. Metal, how much farther do we have to go to reach the next station? Since I don't know what our exact present location is, I cannot give you an accurate figure. This part of the system didn't have very many stations. We will probably have to walk quite a bit further. What part of the city is this? I believe we are probably underneath the MR district. Hey, Metal. Yes, Gillian? Nothing. Just wanted to make sure you were awake. I am not picking up any unusual sounds. Gillian, what's wrong?
Look, Metal! Light!
Yes, but this doesn't look like a station.
Doo-doo-doo.
There's a ladder!
Where do you suppose it leads, Gillian?
I don't have the slightest, but let's climb it and see.
All right, now climbing the ladder.
Man, we don't have our, like...
We seem to have emerged into an odd place. Wait, this room.
This is the apartment. This is Freddy's apartment.
It's Freddie Nielsen's bathroom. He was using this shaft from the bathtub to get down into the subway. So that's how he did that.
Ah, yes. As I recall, after you disposed of Lisa, he somehow entered the apartment without using the regular entrance.
Which he accomplished by using this secret passage into his bathtub.
The bathtub must be of a double construction. The bottom is actually a lid. When they wanted to hide the passage, all they needed to do was fill the tub. And to get in and out, they would just drain the water into another tank.
Jeez. Double-bottom bathtubs? Abandoned subways? Snatchers really go out of their way to stay out of the sun.
Okay, Gillian, let's head outside.
Let's look around real quick, make sure nothing's going on here. You can see your reflection in the mirror. I prefer not to be strangled like that again, thank you. I was just talking about that scene. I thought that was a good scene. It looks like the junk team has already taken care of Freddy's remains. Alright, it's telling us just to move on, so let's move on. Descend on, to the living room. This is Freddy's living room. Let's look at the map again, make sure there's nothing changed on the map. It's a large-scale map of Moscow. Moscow, eh? Chin Shuo over at Queen's Hospital had a picture of St. Basil's Cathedral. The chief keeps a picture of a red square hidden. How come everybody is such a big Moscow fan these days? What's going on there? Moscow seems to hold some clue to this whole thing, doesn't it? Moscow. Did that guy say something about it? Before the explosion, didn't Qin Shu O say something about achieving what was meant to be 55 years ago, and the depths of the Kremlin? Now that you mention it, this map is from exactly that area, isn't it? Moscow, 55 years ago. The key to understanding the Snatchers, no doubt lies there. This has to have some meaning. I don't think they'd paste a 50-year-old map up here just as a decoration. A late 20th century map. Also, just to be on the safe side, I'm not reading any movement. We are the only ones here. Okay, let's go. Lisa's remains have been cleaned up. I mean, they should both be dead, Lisa and Freddy. They're Snatcher versions, of course. The real them have been dead for a while. Lisa's been dead for at least a few months, and Freddy's been dead for about a month. No longer, because the one that's only a month is the Chief. So yeah. Alright. Be careful that you don't touch the tape lines. Tape? You mean the laser beam, right? Don't break the beam, Gillian. You'll have people from headquarters all over the place. It's a security sensor, you know. I see. Gotta make sure nobody messes with the evidence after all. Yeah, geez. I feel like I'm breaking into the place or something. We're outside of Nielsen's apartment. Thank God. Now let's get back to headquarters. Can we use the turbo cycle? Walking back would take far too long. We have to find some other way. Are there any taxis or anything around here? Why don't we search the area? I was gonna say, like, we can't use the turbo cycle, right? Like, didn't it crash? Look, there's a taxi over there. The cab is for hire. Shall we board it? Board it? Hire the taxi and board it. Okay, that's one way to put it, I suppose, huh? Alright, let's board the taxi. I mean... Okay. We've boarded the taxi. Where to, sir? This is a manned cab. I can take you anywhere you want to go. The car has been modified to operate on manual only. Hey, this is a black taxi, you know. Don't be so nosy, okay? Alright, have a great one, Kinky. Good to see you. Thanks for hanging. Have a great night. His face is concealed. Polarizing film has been placed on the rear view mirror. Come on, you know the unspoken rule. Drivers and passengers of black taxis aren't supposed to interfere with each other's business, you know? From here, we can only see the back of his head. Come on, you know the unspoken... Yeah. When did this game come out again? The original was 1988. Can you believe that? This is the Sega CD version, which was 94. But the original PC version came out in 1988. And it is cribbing so much from Blade Runner. It is just copying Blade Runner's test score sheet like 100%. But isn't that crazy? 1988. It's really ahead of its time. Like, genuinely very impressed with it. The driver's identification is not posted on the dashboard. Come on, stop that, please. Now, where would you like to go? Alright, let's go. I know, 1988, right? It's bonkers. I was 8 years old when this game came out. We're on urgent business. Get us to Junker headquarters as quickly as you can. Junker headquarters, huh? That wouldn't... What would you want to do? Want to go there for? Something going down? Suddenly now he wants to talk. A minute ago it was like, we're not supposed to talk about each other's business, you know? Just let me know where you gotta go. Stop, chop, shut up. Just... And now he's like, oh, why you want to go there? The driver is of medium height and medium build. We're in a hurry. That's some kind of joke, sir? You can't be serious. This is a manned taxi, you know. I can't go to a place like that. Nettle, I think we picked a weird taxi. Listen, I'm a junker. Take me to junker headquarters and do it quickly. Nah, I'm afraid not. You're going somewhere else. You want to know where that is? Where? Straight to hell. Jinshuo.
Is he dead?
He's junk now. Stubborn one, wasn't he?
Jeez. He made it through that explosion and was waiting for us out here. If those things ever get control of the city, there's no way we'll ever get it back. We've got to stop them before that.
And to do that, we have to prevent the chief from getting to the Kyoto summit.
I know. And I have to pay back my debt to Random.
Let's use this taxi to get back to Junker headquarters.
I planned on it. I just hope Mika and Harry are safe.
We've arrived at Junker headquarters. I certainly hope Mika and Harry are safe. We just said that. Alright, Metal. This is it. The final showdown. Are you ready? Let's go. Now entering headquarters. This is the lobby. What? The shutter on the reception booth is closed. This is the protective shutter for the reception booth. It is automatically lowered in times of danger. The surface of the shutter shows evidence of having been struck by fire from an energy weapon. I read motion. Something is in the booth. Well, it's probably Mika. It functions as a protective shield, so there is no way to see inside the booth with it like this. Gillian, we have to open this somehow. There are a few holes in the shield, and no doubt caused by blaster or cannon fire. Cannon? Then it's Snatchers who did this. It appears that something attacked this place. The shutter on the reception booth is closed. Is Mika still in the booth? I mean, almost certainly. The booth appears to have been struck by a number of times by some kind of energy weapon. The emergency light is flashing on the door check panel. So headquarters has been put on emergency status. The emergency light is flashing on the door check panel. Let's see. It's been locked from the inside. The only way to open it is from inside the booth. We have to get the booth open before we are able to get the door open. Okay. Can't this be opened from the outside? If it has an emergency external connection port, then it can be opened from the outside. We have to look for an emergency external connection. Metal, find this external connection jack. Here we are. I've located an emergency external connection port on this side of the booth. With this, I will be able to open the shutter. Well, like, proceed, would you? Open shutter. Now plugging into the emergency external connection port. Releasing lock mechanism. Now opening the shutter.
All right, I'm going to open it, but please use
It's almost
extreme caution.
certainly Mika.
Anything could be inside.
Hey, Kazi, how you doing, hon? It's Mika in there, right? Yeah, it's Mika.
Mika! Mika, are you all right?
Mika's never left this,
Metal,
like,
how is
booth.
she?
Her pulse is normal. The only external injuries are to her forehead, and they are not serious. There's been no significant blood loss.
Mika, come on, snap out of it. It's me, Gillian.
Gillian? Gillian!
Mika, what happened?
Gillian, the chief. The chief is a snatcher.
So he's finally shown his true colors.
Harry's...
What's happened to Harry?
Harry put me in the pod and sealed the main door. He locked the snatcher in.
That was smart. Not even a snatcher can get through this shield.
So where's Harry?
He said keep the door sealed no matter what happens in there. And then he went in. Gillian, please help him.
Harry! Mika, open the door. I'm going in. Metal, we're going in. Be careful. That snatcher could be hiding anywhere.
Yes, sir.
Gillian, please be careful. The chief is very cunning. Don't let your guard down.
Don't worry. I'll watch myself in there.
I do wonder how close to the end we are. I know it's not a super long game, so we might be close. We're in the main hallway. What's this? Someone is down. I mean, it's Harry, obviously. That hat. Harry?
Harry!
Oh, Gillian, is that you? I'm getting old. Just look at me.
What happened?
I saw the chief messing with your turbocycle, and that weird picture in his office.
Metal, how is he? Metal!
I do not wish to say.
Really that bad, huh?
Gillian, when
No,
I
I don't think that's a
confronted
spoiler.
him about what I saw, he showed me what he really was. I was barely able to even scratch him.
That's enough, Harry. I understand. Metal, is there anything we can do for him?
Gillian, I'm sorry.
One final act after this segment. Okay, I was gonna say, I thought there were 3
Harry,
acts.
you'll be
and I don't
okay.
remember it saying we were in the 3rd act.
Doesn't look like you're hurting too bad. This'll work out perfect.
So we have at least one more
You
stream
always
of this left.
Working too hard anyway. Why don't you take a nice long vacation somewhere and rest up?
Yeah, sure. Nice try, Gillian, but it's my body. I know I ain't gonna make it. You were a good kid, Gillian.
Harry!
I don't know how to say this right, but I've always had a special feeling about you. I've always had trouble talking to people since I was little, like my father. What I can remember of him.
Pulse and blood pressure falling.
Harry, hang in there. You and I were gonna go out and tie one on, remember?
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. You, me, and Jean, the 3 of us.
But John is...
Metal, quiet!
Oh, that's...
Gillian, I've lived my life alone. I didn't know my parents or family. Always so stubborn, glued to my research. I never really trusted anybody. That was a mistake.
Blood pressure continuing to fall.
Harry?
After Jean died, I felt it. Human warmth, companionship,
I know what you mean.
Gillian, I just wanted to get along with everybody. I don't need no Nobel Prize. For 50 years, I've been searching, trying to find something I lost. Looks like I'll never find it now.
Gillian, he's about...
Looks like I've been talking too much. It's up to you now, Gillian. I'm finished. You won't forget this, old grouch, will you?
Harry!
Gillian, you've got to believe in yourself. You're the last junker.
Harry! Harry!
Pulse 0. Pupils are dilated.
Cunningham! No! Snatcher! I'll get you for this!
We have no time for grieving. That Snatcher is still hiding somewhere here in headquarters.
Metal, listen to me. If that Snatcher gets me, you've got to take Mika and run. Then you've got to blow up Junker headquarters. Blow it sky high! You understand me?
Yes, sir. I just hope it doesn't come to that. So, where should we start our search?
Take your time answering, it's fine. You know? Okay. Oh, it's not even giving me the option to, like, save right now. Ooh. Let's see. I mean, the obvious one would be the Chief's office, right? That's the obvious one. This is the Chief's office. Alright, we're gonna save. Alright, let's see here. Search. Outside the window? What, in a place like this? Alright, I'll check it now. Please be careful. No snatchers here. Motion detector. There is no reading. My movement sensor is functioning properly. Under the sofa. I'll check it out now. Are you ready? No snatchers here. Alright, now investigating. Sorry, nothing here. Alright. Like, is it worth still looking more? Can't find any sign of the Snatcher. Take another look, but I don't see the Snatcher. Alright. Where should we go? If I had to guess, I would say shooting range. This is the shooting range. I don't see the Snatcher. How about motion in the shooting range? Reading anything? I don't read any movement. We are the only ones in the area. The booth's shadows. There's a good chance it's hiding in here somewhere. Alright, I'll check it now. Please be careful. Sorry, nothing here. I'll check it out now. Are you ready? Nothing unusual here. I'll check it out now. Are you ready? Nothing unusual here. Definitely no movement. Look again. Alright, let's move. Engineering room. This is engineering. Look around. Can't find any sign of the Snatcher. Motion detector. Pick up any motion in engineering metal. We're the only one that's registering on my motion detector. The ceiling fan is the only thing moving. Alright, look. Snatcher does not seem to be around. Search. Behind work table. About the only one place one could hide in this room here, right? Alright, now investigating. Nothing unusual here. Alright, now investigating. Nothing unusual here. Alright, I'll check now. Please be careful. Nothing here. Every time, like, I hit the button when he goes, okay, be ready, I move my finger over to the draw pistol button. Like, every time I'm doing it. We checked, so let's check the detective room? This is the detective room. Motion detector. Any motion readings in the detective room? There's no reading. My system sensor is functioning properly. Look. Don't see him. Search. Inside locker. Right now checking the locker. Sorry, nobody here. Search. Under the desk. No snatcher. Search. Other desk. No snatcher. Look around one more time. Motion detector one more time. Okay, move. What's left? The computer room? The computer room. Look. Motion detector. No reading. I'll check it out now. Are you ready? Sorry, nothing here. Investigating. Oh, sorry, nothing here. Still nothing. Still nothing. Alright, we've, like, looked at everything, then, right? Unless he's in the hallway here. I've checked all the rooms. Where could it be? Let's go through all the rooms one more time. Let's see, let's look around here real quick. Harry's body is the only thing around. Just wait a little longer, Harry. I'll get the bastard for you. Any movement in the hallway? We're the only ones registering any on my motion detector. Blech. Can't find any sign of the Snatcher. Damn that Snatcher. Where could it have gone? No sign's been disturbed. Alright. So we'll run through again, I guess. The chief's office. What's this? There's something on the desk. Hmm? Look. Desk. Some kind of stain on the desktop. It's blood. Pool of blood on the desktop. It appears the blood is dripping from the ceiling. Can I not look at ceiling? Why don't we investigate the ceiling? Getting ready. Ready to press button. Ready to... Oh! Spider Chief.
The lighting control system has been destroyed. Distance to motion readings increasing.
Is he trying to run?
Motion readings have vanished.
You got past me this time, Snatcher.
Headquarters emergency lighting has been activated.
Can we find him again?
We should go after him immediately.
We'll find him. We know he's somewhere inside headquarters.
The Snatcher has been wounded. We should look for traces of blood.
The Snatcher must be in a different room. I'm unable to locate any new blood traces. Snatcher's blood trail continues out the door. Alright. Where should we go? I guess let's just run down, right? Let's run it down. Go engineering here. This is engineering. The Snatcher does not seem to be around. I cannot locate any signs of blood. That's funny. I was pretty sure that I at least winged him. I mean, I think I got a good shot on him. Alright. So he's probably not here. Let's go here. We'll just run down the list, right? Detective's room. Search for blood. See any evidence of blood anywhere? Don't read any movement. Right. Chief's office, engineering, shooting range. Search blood. Traces of blood in the area, that's funny. Motion detector, no reading. I mean, there's definitely nothing here. I don't know why. My brain is like, gotta be like, they gotta have something happen in the shooting range, right? Like, we haven't been in the shooting range since the beginning of the game. But I guess that's the same with the detective's room? I don't know. It's the computer room. No traces of the blood. There's gotta be blood somewhere. Same place over and over will not do any good. The only one registering any on my motion detector. Okay. I guess back out to the hallway? I think we checked everything else, right? Damn, where is he hiding? There's no way for it to get out of the headquarters. There are still some rooms we haven't checked. What did I not check? Did I not go back into the detective's room? Is that the one I didn't do? Let's continue to... I guess we'll just check everything. Just to make sure. Nothing unusual. Nothing unusual. Alright, so it's not the detective's room. It wasn't in the chief's office, right? But I guess let's run back and check one more time. Thatcher is no longer here, because, yeah, this is where he was. Alright. Let's be in a different room. Yeah, alright. Guess back to engineering again? I feel like we checked, like, literally everything, but... No snatchers. Nothing. 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 Alright. Not in Chiefs, not in there, not in Detective Room. I feel like we checked everything in here, but we'll do it again real quick. We'll just run through literally everything. With shadows, nothing unusual. Inside the booth, nothing here. Above the booth, nothing there. No sign of blood. At a time like this? Okay. Alright. Let's see, we checked all those, so computer room. Admittedly, I don't think I, like, researched everything in here. Terminal shadow. See any evidence of blood anywhere? Alright, we've literally checked everything. There's some rooms that you haven't searched yet? No, there's really not. Back to the front is the only thing we haven't gone. The lobby, you never know. The main door was sealed off when we came in. And we've checked and double-checked everywhere else. Let's go take a look. Okay.
The main door has been opened. Did Mika open it?
Wait, Mika's not in the pod. What happened?
The lighting has been disconnected.
Don't move, Seed.
Cunningham, is that you?
Well, that's what it is.
I read motion. He is definitely in here.
Where are you? Show yourself.
I'm right here. I don't need to run or hide from you.
Chained her up. Can I pull my gun? Can I pull my gun and shoot him? Can I pull my gun and shoot him?
Mika!
No, Gillian, don't move. It's a trap.
A hostage? You cowardly scum! Mika, why did you open the entrance?
I don't know. I was really scared.
I don't
the
know.
emergency light's coming on so suddenly.
Seed, go ahead and shoot. But you'd better be a pretty good shot, or this kid goes home in a bag.
Shoot, Gillian. Kill this thing. Don't worry about me.
Mika!
What are you going to do?
I have you now, Junker.
Oh, this sucks. Oh, that counted as hitting her. Or did I win? No, I got it. Okay.
The Snatcher's functions have been terminated.
Mika, are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I think so. Thank you.
Harry? I got him. Random? Sorry it took so long, but this ought to make us even.
Junker? You may have stopped me, but it's not over yet.
Gillian, this is just residual energy feedback. Its power levels are dropping rapidly.
Crane's hospital was nothing more than a maintenance facility. We
Maintenance.
have comrades operating throughout the city.
Throughout?
More than you can imagine. Now our plans will move into phase 2. For that we will enlist the help of Professor Lorraine. Your existence is meaningless as long as you don't get your memory back. Good luck, Junker.
My memory? Comrades? Professor Lorraine?
Harry. Why? Please tell me. Why do so many good people have to die?
Mika.
This is all wrong.
Mika, don't worry. I won't let anybody else die. I've made a promise to Harry and Random. But the city is still full of snatchers. This fight is just beginning.
Gillian, I have an urgent video call from Jamie. I'll connect you.
Gillian, I've got my memory back. I remember everything.
Oh, that was
Your
something.
memory. So what about us, Jamie? Who are we?
Gillian, it's terrible. What we've done.
Jamie, what's wrong?
I can't tell you something like this over the video phone. I would have been better off never remembering.
Okay, Jamie, calm down. I'll head out right now. Where are you? Is it snowing?
I'm sorry, Gillian. I can't tell you. They've taken our boy hostage.
Our boy? Who?
We have a boy.
Professor Modner is here too.
Jamie, what are you talking about?
We have a son.
I'm so sorry.
Snatcher!
Gillian!
We have Professor Lorraine. We only require her cooperation for a short period here at the Kremlin. So for now, I suggest you avoid doing anything foolish. Professor Seed.
Professor. Comrade. Professor Gillian Seed. Oh. I would love to save the game. You know, give me like a brand new save in save slot 3 here. The original 88 release ended at the end of Act 2? That's bonkers!
With the start of this year's Kyoto Summit just 3 hours away, the delegates from the participating countries are beginning to arrive at the conference center.
I did not know that. Oh, that's crazy. They just ended this. They just ended it there in the original PC release.
Domestic and international opinion, carried out just last week, shows that the vast majority of respondents favor a complete quarantine of Neo Kobe as a means to combat the risk of the Snatcher menace.
Now that the Chief's death has been confirmed, it won't be long before they strip us of our Junker authorization.
They will be deciding how to handle Neo Kobe at the summit in just 3 hours.
That's fascinating.
There are
I need to
rumors
look
that they're going
up
to use nukes on the city to make sure the Snatchers are wiped out.
That's ridiculous. Come on, this is the 21st century.
That may not be as improbable as it seems. The world's leaders are extremely concerned about the Snatcher problem.
The Chief was going to calm this hysteria in his speech at the summit, but that'll never happen now.
3 months ago, government pressure on Junker operations increased dramatically. Gillian's transfer here was really our last chance.
Our own chief was snatched. It's not too surprising they don't want to trust us anymore.
I've heard that the Army and FBI are going to take over operations now.
That's correct. That too will be officially decided in 3 hours' time.
3 hours, eh? Is there any way we can find their hideout in that time?
If we don't, we and everybody else in this city are finished.
As far as they're concerned, we're just like a cancerous tumor that has to be cut out.
We have to hit the Snatchers' headquarters before then.
Gillian, can you do it?
If we only knew where it was, I should be able to manage something.
Hitting their outposts like Queen's Hospital won't do any good. We have to find their main nerve center.
In 3 hours.
What about the memory of that snatcher who was impersonating the chief?
Just like the others, it was completely blanked. It's a form of self-destruct mechanism that they use.
Wait a minute. Mental. What about tracing that video phone call from Jamie?
It was no good. The call didn't last long enough. Still, it definitely did come from within the city.
Damn.
Okay.
Where are they hiding?
Gillian, can't you remember anything at all? Didn't Jamie say something that implied you were somehow connected to the Snatchers?
Nothing. I can't remember a damn thing. Metal, I want you to tell me everything you know about me. Why was I sent to Junker headquarters? Where did I come from?
Gillian...
Metal, the chief's dead. Tell me everything you know about me.
Well, you see...
Metal!
All right. With the chief gone, you are the highest-ranking officer here.
You knew all along?
Of course.
Where were we rescued from?
3 years ago, you and Jamie were taken into protective custody in the Siberian Neutral Zone by the 17th Siberian Investigative Force. More precisely, you were discovered in cryogenic sleep pods in an underground bunker near Moscow.
Makes sense.
Cryogenic sleep pods? You mean they were frozen?
This is a photograph of the bunker. There is no record of when you were placed there. In addition, the third pod was empty at the time you were discovered.
There were 3 pods?
You were revived and taken into custody by the Army.
Squats. All right.
Apparently, as a result of the extended sleep, both of you suffered from complete amnesia.
Explosive
However,
amnesia.
Another theory suggests your memories may have been intentionally erased. This is the only piece of evidence found at the site.
3, 4...
That's Harry's picture, from when he was a kid.
Oh my god, is Harry our kid?
That's correct. Harry is Gillian and Jamie's son.
Oh my
It's been
god.
confirmed by DNA tests.
Harry? Harry was my son?
Oh my god.
Using the information gained from the photo, it was established that you are Gillian Seed, and your wife, Jamie Lorraine. Both of you are American citizens, born in the late 1960s.
The 1960s?
In addition, both of you vanished without a trace in 1989. There is no other information available about you after that.
1989?
Yes, you come from a world that's been gone for 50 years.
But what does that have to do with the Snatchers?
When the 17th Special Investigative Force was bringing the two of you out, there was an accident. Though the two of you were all right, most of the 17th was killed. One of them was a Snatcher. Of course, before their departure, they all underwent thorough examinations. So, if one of them was snatched...
It had to be somewhere in Siberia, right?
That's correct. And in order to attempt to determine the origin of the Snatcher, as well as your true identities, you were assigned to Junker headquarters. The hope was that exposure to the Snatchers would help you regain your memories.
Moscow? 50 years ago?
Almost everyone who was in Moscow at the time was killed in the catastrophe.
So Gillian and Jamie are the only living witnesses?
Harry. Harry was my son. Did he know?
No. It was highly classified information. He was never told.
I was never able to do anything for him.
Wait a minute, Gillian. Didn't Jamie say something about taking a boy hostage?
That's right. They must know about Harry and are using him to threaten her.
We have to find their headquarters quickly.
We've only got 3 hours.
Gillian, let's think this all through again. We may get some kind of a hint out of it.
You're right. There may be some clue in the way they're operating.
All right. Let's go over what we know about them.
Alright, first of all, what's the Snatcher's weak point? It's infrared rays. This is the Snatcher's weak point. Think carefully about it before you answer, Gillian. Yeah, it's or ultraviolet, right? It's the sun's rays, basically. There, ultraviolet. Whichever, the sun, you know, whatever. That's correct. Their weak point is their deficient artificial skin. Long-term exposure to ultraviolet rays causes mutations in the melasonites in the stratum basal of their skin, which become cancerous. Specifically, long ultraviolet rays in the 250 to 350 nanometer range is responsible for causing the cancer. That's right. And that's the reason that they're so limited as to when they can be out. They only come out at night in the middle of the winter, and wear sunscreen even then. And that's the method that Jean used to figure out what the Snatchers were up to. How ironic. It turns out that the destruction of the ozone layer actually had a benefit for us humans. That's right. Now that the method Now, what method were they using to move and be able to avoid ultraviolet rays and sunlight at the same time? Yeah, there are ultraviolet rays from other things, of course, yeah. So they want you to wear a hood even if you do, close your eyes, right? Yeah. But the PC Engine's Super CD-ROM apparently had Act 3. That's interesting. When did that one come out? Because if you bought the 88 release, how long did you have to wait to see Act 3? That's what I'm kind of wondering. Alright. They were using... well, they were using black taxis, and they were also using... they were using, like, the subway system. This is the method of movement that the Snatchers were using. Are you sure? Think about it very carefully. Gillian, don't mess around. Well, they were using the black taxis. They were also using, like, the old subway system. So by that, do they mean the underpass? Let's see. 1988, so let's see. So the PC Engine Super CD-ROM. So the PC Engine Super CD-ROM was 92. So they still had to wait like 4 years. So people had to wait around 4 years to get the last act. That's crazy. That's right. They were using the abandoned tunnels of the old tuber liner system to get from place to place. That's how they were able to move around without being noticed. Nielsen's apartment, the old factory, Queen's Hospital, all of their hideouts were connected by the tube liner. So maybe there's a tunnel under where the main base is as well. There's a good chance of that. Next, the phenomenon was always observed at any location the Snatchers appeared, including the underground tunnels. The sneeze. This is the phenomenon you're talking about? That's right. And what was the cause of the sneezing? Snow 9. It's the reason for the sneezing. The reason for the sneezing. You're correct. The sneezing was caused by the presence of the allergen Snow 9. Snow 9 is an artificial form of pollen developed by the military, and its presence is limited to certain regions. They were using it to interfere with radio transmissions and keep people away. They probably were producing it intentionally themselves. The only regions of the city where Snow 9 is still present are areas around the Ina River. It has been cleared out of other areas because of the danger it presents. So that means that their base must be somewhere near the Ina River, right? That is a fair conclusion. They are probably somewhere near the Ina River, protected by the Snow 9. Accessible to the tube liner and near the Ina River. And we must not forget that the 3 photographs that we found the Snatchers with, all of them were related to the Soviet Union before the catastrophe. The map on the wall of Nielsen's apartment. The picture of the temple in the director's office at Queen's Hospital. The photo of Red Square hidden in the chief's office. Why do the Snatchers keep pictures of memorabilia like this? Maybe they're homesick? Maybe that's where they come from. Homesick? Get serious, Mika. They're robots, you know. Let's analyze a little closer. What city is related to all 3 of these pictures? Moscow. This is a city they have in common. That's correct. It's Moscow. Moscow must be where they come from. That must be the basis of their programming. You might be right. Just as people have a hometown that is near to them, their creators may have put a hometown into their programming. They use very advanced artificial intelligence. Thank you, Dragoon. I will hydrate in a moment. Ads are going to start in a minute, and I'll go get some more to drink once we do. Systems, so they have needed something like that to maintain their emotional balance. Yeah, they were born out of nothing, but they needed to give them some kind of image as an emotional base. So Moscow is their creator and their home. And the place they found Jamie and I.
In other words, this homing instinct thing of theirs has led them to set up their headquarters in some place that reminds them of home, or their creator.
What part of this city is like Moscow?
Moscow's really cold, right? They get a lot of snow, don't they?
Snow?
No snow has been recorded in Neo-Kobe in several years.
Well, then that's not it.
But there was definitely snow in the video.
What about that pollen? That crystal bioengineered stuff, Snow 9.
Now that you mention it, wasn't it snowing on Jamie's video phone call?
That's right. Their hideout has to be somewhere close to the Ina River.
The Ina River flows for miles around here, Gillian. We could never search it all in time.
Gillian, let's look at a map of the areas investigated so far. This is an enlarged view of the southwest portion of the city around the Ina River. This blue area is that in which Snow 9 is present.
Non-dairy creamer is
Now I'll
flammable.
superimpose a chart of the abandoned
This is
tube liner
true.
tunnels. From this, we can establish those areas with Snow 9, which are accessible by subway tunnel.
Damn. Nice try, but it's still too large. We could never cover it in 3 hours.
Don't give up so fast, Gillian. What about that image of home thing we were talking
We
about?
got ads starting
Maybe
in a
there's
minute.
some kind of geographic similarity.
So once they do, we'll take a little
Maybe
break.
the same view can be seen or something.
I'll display a map of Moscow alongside.
Similar.
What's this?
Look, the rivers are exactly the same shape.
Very similar.
This is the Moscow River over here.
It looks like we're on the right track, Metal. Show us the location that Jamie and I were picked up from.
All right, right here.
Metal, before the catastrophe, what was at this location?
The headquarters for the entire Soviet Union, the Kremlin.
The Kremlin? That Snatcher said something about taking Jamie to their Kremlin.
Metal, what spot in Neo Kobe would match up with the location of Moscow's Kremlin?
Calculating. This is the spot. It's presently occupied by an old church. It's rather
There you
large, but reports indicate it's been abandoned for nearly 20 years.
And it's right in the middle of the Snow 9 and subway area.
That's it! That's their headquarters!
All right. We got commercials, so we'll pause it right there. We'll be back in just a moment. I'm gonna go run to the bathroom, get a drink and everything, so I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Should be back from commercials. And we think we have found where the Snatchers must be holding Jamie, our wife.
Their new Kremlin!
Gillian, let's go!
Wait, Gillian.
I want to go with you.
Sorry, Mika.
Hey, I'm a junker too, you know.
I know, and you're a great one at that.
So take me with you then.
You head to the summit to warn the delegates. They haven't given up, you know.
The summit's in Kyoto. I'm not going to be the only one to run.
You've got to convince them not to use nukes on Neo Kobe.
We found their hideout. There's no need now to sink the whole island.
Yes, but...
It's a tough job. Can you do it?
Okay, Gillian.
No
I'll
pressure.
do what I can.
Thanks. Thank
No
you,
pressure.
Mika.
Don't say it, okay?
Let's go, Gillian.
Gillian?
Yes?
Uh...
What's wrong?
How about dinner sometime?
Dinner?
Yeah, you know, dinner.
Mika.
Not interested. I thought it would be nice, you know, to kick back, relax. It's Christmas after all.
Christmas, huh? I'll be back by then.
Gillian, we have to hurry.
That's a promise, right? I heard you.
Yeah, okay. But I gotta go to church first.
I'll see you soon then.
Okay, Metal, let's go.
No pressure. Just don't fail, though, or, yeah, we're all dead. This is the last turbo cycle. Let's do it. Alright, now boarding the turbo cycle. Dump, by chance, do you know how long the third act is? Probably longer than an hour, right? Probably one more stream after this. We boarded the turbo cycle. We've boarded the turbo cycle. Where would you like to go? Of course, I know the answer to that question. We're going to church.
I've input the map data on the Kremlin's locations. Lift off.
But its final shooting segment is horse shit hard.
Flight configuration. Now gaining altitude.
Jamie, please be safe.
Gillian, please keep in mind that we're working with a strict time limit.
A 50-year debt in 3 hours. Snow!
Snow 9, to be specific. We've entered the Snow 9 region. Please put on your breathing filter.
There you go.
Direct inhalation is dangerous.
Morning.
All right.
Radio transmissions will also be impossible from this point on. Understood?
Happy belated birthday.
Now descending. Conversion to hover configuration complete. Gillian, we've arrived.
We've arrived at the church. Wow. Now I know why they call it their Kremlin. That's what I kind of figured. Yeah, I'll probably finish it up tomorrow, and then we'll do Ishin or other stuff if it doesn't go much longer. Yeah. About to go celebrate in VR. Very nice. I'll probably pop in a little later. It's a very old church. It bears quite a resemblance to St. Basil's Cathedral. No doubt they thought the same thing. The building may be patterned after a traditional Russian church. It's quite old. It appears to be snow, but it's actually Snow 9. Try to avoid inhaling any of it directly. It's pollen, and therefore much finer than snow. It's surrounded by a large grove of tall cedar trees. This is likely to keep just about anybody away. And given the season, a few Christmas lights would really liven up the scene. The surroundings conceal the church from all but aerial surveillance. The building is about 50 years old, but appears very well maintained. So where's the entrance? On the front side of the building. I mean, I think that's pretty clear. It's like right there. Acid rain has seriously damaged many of the building's sculptures. This is definitely Snow 9. Hard to believe that this much of it is present right here in the city. A sensor scan reveals that a tube line or tunnel passes directly underneath this area. Well, that's no surprise. Looks like we've got the right place. Surroundings conceal the church from all but aerial surveillance. Oh, I thought I hit... Let's see. Motion detector. I am not reading anything at all. The only sound is that of the wind. Just us and the wind, that's all I can hear. Alright.
Alright, now opening the door.
What's wrong? Won't open?
I've scanned it, and it's not locked. It is probably rusted into place.
Not surprising. After all, our friends always go in and out through the basement.
Let's push it together.
All right. 1, 2, 3!
That got it.
What's this? It would appear to be some kind of chapel for the Snatchers. Are you telling me those things pray? To whom? No doubt to their creator. That portrait on the wall is probably a representation of him. Him? He's very pretty. I take it back. A little less pretty, up closer up. Just, you know. This person is no doubt the one the Snatchers worship as their creator. This guy? Isn't that random? Is it? One moment. I'll compare the picture with my data on random. While the facial bone structure of the individual in the portrait is nearly identical to that of random, a positive identification is impossible as the picture is not a photograph. That just looks too much like him to be a coincidence. I mean, if you say so. Now that you mention it, the person in the portrait does look like Random Hajil. Something is written on the painting. The creator, Mandar. So this is Professor Mandar. The one the Snatcher was talking about, eh? It appears to be a portrait of that person. Based on the condition of the paints and the canvas, I would say that this portrait was painted over 50 years ago. It's perfectly quiet. So have they already left for the summit? These are the chairs for worshippers in the chapel, no doubt. There's no covering of dust. They appear to be used regularly. Everything is nice and orderly. And it's as if the pre-collapsed Soviet Union has been recreated here. The decorations do not appear to be those of the church. There are a number of scratches on the surface. They were almost certainly caused by the Snatchers. A very heavy object appears to have been placed here. It is structurally damaged. It is all very organized, almost inhumanly so. There is another room farther back. Let's see. There is no litter or garbage anywhere. It is almost too clean. Let's see, well, let's continue back. Now moving into the back room. They made a Cobra game that plays roughly the same as this. I've seen that before. Maybe I should look at that at some point. Snatchers! Look at them all. I'm not picking up any energy readings. They are all deactivated in some kind of suspension mode. So this is their warehouse, huh? There must be a few hundred of them back here. They continue all the way back. Still, this doesn't look like a factory to me. Probably be annoying by the very end, given the final segment. Perhaps. But maybe I'll look at it at some point. We'll see. These are endostructures which have yet to have had the artificial skin installed. The bone sizing device and skull slits are all still set to the smallest sizes. So their victims haven't been chosen yet. They're all just waiting their turn. They almost look as if they could spring to life at any moment. If this many Snatchers were to all start moving at the same time, there's little we could do. None of these Snatchers appear damaged. All they need is their energy packs. The gender units have yet to be installed, however. Gender units. Do they just have like a box of like Wangs and VJJs and shit that they just kind of slap on them as needed? They are preserved in excellent condition. It appears that they undergo regular maintenance. The whole area is exceptionally quiet. I do not see any tools or equipment for maintaining anything in the area. This room would appear to be just a storage area. Now, just thinking about the video of the dildo factory with Push It to the Limit playing in the background. I don't think I've seen that. Unlike the chapel, there are some scraps and dust on the floor here. I'm not picking up any large movement signals. There seem to be a number of containers stacked up in the back of the room. What about the size of these containers? The volume of these containers would be just perfect for shipping one of these Snatchers. This is no doubt how they got here. These endostructures were all shipped here in these containers. There is some kind of label here. 23rd Siberian Investigative Force. Siberian Investigative Force? It would appear that these Snatchers were brought to Neo Kobe from the Siberian Neutral Zone. It seems that the investigative forces have been responsible for shipping these Snatchers. In other words, the investigative forces have been snatched, just like they found us when they found us. I see. So the Siberian investigative forces bring the Snatchers out of Siberia and into storage here. I think you're right, Metal. And then the Snatchers just wait here in storage to be reactivated and adjusted after their victims are selected. A rather efficient system. I wonder where the actual snatching takes place. The back part of this room may hold the answer to that question. Are you ready, Gillian? Now heading for the room farther back. And posted it in the NSFW pick section. Thank you. The Snatchers culturing room. The mechanism is operating. Gillian, there are Snatchers with their artificial skin already installed here. These units are completely ready to perform a complete snatch.
This is where they fuse the artificial skin onto the Snatcher's endostructure. First, they adjust the size of the still skinless Snatcher to the size of the individual who is to be snatched. The Snatcher's overall shape and size can be adjusted by expansion or contraction of sizing rods. Their sex is controlled by gender units, which are installed at this point. Then, the face is modified to match the intended victim by adjusting the size of the upper and lower jaw, cheekbones, temporal bones, and tooth alignment.
Just like Gibson said, that means there are limits to the size of the people that they can snatch.
That's right. The limits of the mechanism mean that they can't snatch children, the elderly, or people who are very tall or heavy. And this is where the artificial muscles attach.
Is it organic?
No. It appears to be coated with a type of plastic gel capable of mechanical response. Like human muscles, it creates mechanical energy through chemical reactions. And this is where the artificial skin is attached. In order to prevent the synthetic cells, developed using biotechnological protein design techniques, from rejecting the inorganic material below, they attach it gradually over a number of days.
And this is the stuff that gets cancer if they stay out in the sun too long.
Finally, they attach body and scalp hair. The process involves transplant of synthetic hair follicles as well, so the hair will grow back if it's lost.
What about scars or birthmarks?
It would appear that they make those adjustments at this point in the process, as they would for wrinkles to simulate age.
Cool. Cool. Good to know. Fascinating stuff. A computer terminal is installed on each preservation cylinder. These terminals must be connected to a host computer which monitors conditions inside each of the cylinders. The monitors are all displaying various data and charts. There are tubes and wires running all over the place. Please watch your step. Then again, if you're willing to go past 9, you'll likely clear Act 3 tonight. That's what I'm wondering, if I could just zoom through it and finish it up tonight or not. I'm just, yeah. Excuse me. These cylinders are used to culture the Snatchers' artificial skin. Endostructures are submerged within them. They are constructed with a special reinforced glass. It would require quite a bit of effort to break. It appears that weak ultraviolet rays are being projected from above. So they're really advanced. Way beyond anything we saw at Queen's Hospital. The whole area is protected as a clean room. There is a door at the far end of the room. It's locked, but I should be able to open it from this side. The power is on. Look at this, Gillian. The data of people to be snatched. It's all being neatly processed.
So this is where the whole thing begins. The endostructures arrive here from the Kremlin. Then they convert them into copies of their victims. And finally, they head out into the city using the old subway system.
With artificial skin maintenance being handled at Queen's Hospital.
But who's behind all this?
Gillian, look at this. There are some finished snatchers over here.
Get a load of this! The U.S. President, the Prime Ministers of Japan, and the U.K.!
Done.
Gillian, you're in here too!
Figures. They were looking to snatch every VIP at the summit.
And the last junker, you. It definitely looks like they plan on moving out beyond Neo-Kobe.
If they were to snatch every major world leader, they'd practically be able to control the planet. Still, that's odd. With their flawed skin, pulling something off like that would really be difficult.
Shin said they had found the key to developing a perfect artificial skin. Maybe they've already produced it.
No idea. But the number of snatchers here makes it clear that they're up to something new.
Gillian, this is definitely their nest. We should destroy everything.
Not yet. Not until we found Jamie. Metal, how much time do we have left?
The summit should have begun by now. We don't have much time. And once our legal privileges are suspended, I won't be able to help. In fact, I'll be forced to restrain you.
I know. If the military wants to avoid nukes and goes for a surgical strike on this facility, what would they likely use?
Probably a phased particle beam from one of the attack satellites.
A phased particle beam, huh? That'll wipe this complex right off the map.
Everything, including the soil, will simply evaporate. The attack will leave just a large crater.
Metal, can you convince them to give me another hour? Even 30 minutes will help.
Understood. I'll try my best.
And I'll try to find and rescue Jamie in that time.
I can't transmit here due to interference from the Snow 9. I'll have to leave the area and then send the message.
All right. Do it, Metal.
Gillian, don't forget. 30 minutes. You must get out before then.
I understand.
Gillian, I'm sorry I couldn't help you better.
Don't worry about it. I'll be able to move faster by myself anyway. 30 minutes should be plenty. Go, Metal.
Yes, sir. Don't forget. 30 minutes.
Previously, Metal refused to leave our side. But then we are the highest ranking member of the Junkers
30
now, I
minutes?
suppose.
Oh, this is gonna be
we
tight.
can overwrite that command
That room's
now.
the only place left to check. Let's take a look.
Or it could just be a plot hole. Excuse me. Dang. Okay. It's not gonna take long, assuming I can get through this shooting segment. All right. Excuse me. Sounding a little phlegmy. These guys are jerks. Dang it. It's doable, it's doable. Oh my god. What the crap? Okay. You weren't kidding. You weren't kidding. Yeah, you weren't kidding. This one is kind of bullshit. You were not kidding. Sound effects are great. I'm glad you like them, Sue. You know what's even better than the sound effects? The gameplay. This feels great to play, by the way. If you're wondering, I'm enjoying myself very much. The controls are like so responsive. Oh my god. Ah. Dump, you weren't kidding, man. May as well be the final boss. I hope this is the hardest thing I'm gonna have to do. These sections have been the hardest, like not actually like fighting the snatchers, right? It's always fighting like these bajillion of little enemies at once. They just don't stop. My god. love when like 100 of them show up on screen at once. That's my favorite part. Oh god. It's actually thundering out there right now. Oh my god. Like it's oh god. It's so rough. Like the kind of just clunkiness of like the way the aiming works in this is really what's making it so awful. It's just so clunky to aim. Oh my god, we locked to the fuck in there.
I wasn't ready for that. They almost got me.
Jesus fucking Christ.
All right, let's open the next door.
No more. Oh god, I'm begging no more.
Doesn't look like there's anything here. Whoa!
Please no. Much easier.
Jeez, these guys are tough. Of course, I didn't exactly expect them to welcome me with open arms. Okay, let's try this next door.
Please, no more. Did they expect me to shoot?
Jamie, are you all right?
Gillian, you came for me.
Are you hurt?
No, they won't lay a finger on me. Not until the new artificial skin is completed anyway.
Artificial skin research? You?
Gillian, I've got my memory back. All of it.
What happened? Tell me, Jamie.
They said they'd kill him. They said they'd kill Harry. They forced me. I had to help them with the skin development. They said I had to help them because the professor was ill. Wasn't getting any better. Gillian, the engineer Harry, he's our son. He's been living on his own now for 50 years.
We knew that, yeah.
Jamie, I'm afraid that Harry's...
There was nothing I could do. They forced me. But I can't do it anymore.
Jamie!
The professor, he just died. He was over 100.
The professor? What? This old man?
Don't you remember? It's Professor Modner. Professor Petrovich Modner.
What? This old man is Modner?
He's been confined here for 3 years now, just to develop the Snatcher's artificial skin. Terrible. Doing that to your own father.
Whose father? Jamie, I don't have any idea what you're talking about.
You really can't remember, can you?
Jamie, tell me. Tell me who I am. What were we doing at the Kremlin?
Are you sure you really want me to, Gillian? It's all so awful, but if you must know, I'll tell you. Try to remain calm, okay?
We're a snatcher.
56 years ago, you and I were involved in a top-secret Soviet project. It was still during the time of the Cold War. The gulf between East and West was as wide as ever. Everybody was worried about nukes. At that point, the world's armies were at their largest ever. Leaders still believed that a strong military meant a strong nation. There were rumors that there would be an agreement to end the production of nuclear weapons. On the other hand, the major powers like the US began to get involved in a space weapons race. But not the Soviets. The conservative despots in the Kremlin had another, completely different idea for gaining military superiority. A horrible plan, something no one else would think of. At that time, the countries of the communist bloc were facing an economic crisis. Popular movements pushing for democracy were springing up all over. Communism itself was facing extinction. Facing pressure from the reformers, the Kremlin began to panic. And that's when that horrible, childish plan was launched.
And that was the Snatcher Project. Replace your enemy's leaders with puppets of your own. Then you control their governments, their economies, take over a country from the inside out.
That's right, Gillian. And to develop these robots, they assembled some of the most brilliant scientific minds from around the world. Some of them were even brought in against their will. At the crux of that development effort was a group called the Frankenstein Project Team. You and I were members of that team, Gillian.
They did one
It
of
was
the...
a 4-person team led by the late Professor Modner here.
Benson did
The
call us
robotics
professor, did
expert
he
was
not?
Professor Modner himself.
Called us
His
Professor
son,
Seed.
Elijah Modner, handled genetics and microbiology. For nanobiology and picobiology, myself. And for behavioral science and psychology, you, Gillian. Early development was carried out at a lab in Novosibirsk, but was later moved to a secret facility under the Kremlin. At the time, the Glasnost and Perestroika movements were gaining momentum, and they rightly feared for the existence of the program if it should become known. But some of the reformers did learn of the project, and they conspired with the US to block it. Gillian, you were a CIA special agent sent by the United States to infiltrate and sabotage the project.
I was CIA?
Yes, and the government knows that. That's why you were assigned to the Junker team.
What? Who am I?
Work on the project continued to go smoothly. But then, on June 6, 1996, there was that accident. A mysterious explosion at the Chernobyl facility spread a bacterial weapon that was under development there into the atmosphere, destroying the country and the project. Gillian, was it you? Did you set off that explosion?
What? You can't be serious.
We have
you
no
think
memory.
I caused the catastrophe?
Somehow, during the confusion, Professor Modner and our son Harry managed to get picked up by American agents. But we couldn't get out in time, you and I and Elijah. In a shelter below the Kremlin, we entered a cryogenic sleep. Our plan was to sleep there until the toxic effects of the bacteria were safely passed.
And then 48 years later, 3 years ago, we were discovered by the 17th Special Investigative Force.
Yes, but when they found us, Elijah's pod was already empty.
Elijah Modner? That guy whose picture was in the church? The one that looks like Random?
That's right, Elijah is alive! Elijah is here and working on the Snatchers.
Why don't you let me finish your little story?
Doo-doo.
Who's there?
It's been a while, hasn't it, Jamie? Ah, yes. And Gillian. It's me, Jamie.
Elijah? Is that really you?
Random? No. Not quite.
So you remember me, do you? I am Elijah Modnar, the only son of Professor Petrovich Modnar. I'm afraid I've grown somewhat old and feeble since we last met, however.
Elijah, why are you doing this? Your father, Professor Modner, he passed away a few minutes ago.
What? My father is dead?
Elijah, what happened to you? The Elijah I knew could never do anything like this.
I've changed, Jamie. These 40 years have changed me.
I can't believe it. What happened to you?
What happened to me? Jamie, do I actually have to explain it to you? Jamie, it's you. Your beauty is the cause of all that has come to pass here. 57 years ago, I was obsessed. With my research, yes. And with you, Jamie. At the time, I was still young, having just graduated with my
The villain of the game is a fucking incel, aren't they always? Aren't they always
villains? My father's
villains?
connections got me on the team, and there, I met you. You were working as my father's assistant.
It's bullshit, Jamie. I'm a
Your
high-value
beauty,
male.
Your smile, I was stricken. I saw something in you that I never felt with women of my own country. You warmed my cold, young heart, Jamie. You opened me up, and
It's a
I
Sigma
couldn't
male,
stop my
Jamie.
feelings.
Elijah.
You see
I was
lobsters,
so
Jamie.
happy. The political situation was crumbling around us, but every day was a joy. I gained my father's trust, and with you there watching over me, I was able to work as hard as I ever have on the project.
I'd never been a simp before for anyone, Jamie.
However, my happiness did not last for long. Gillian, it was you. You showed up and all was ruined. You arrived and joined our project team. Far from home, Jamie found comfort in a man from the same land. Your relationship grew quickly, and all I could do was stand by and watch.
I was going to give her my essence.
Jamie and Gillian fell in love, were joined, and even had a child.
Harry.
Even then, my feelings for you only grew stronger. Worried about me, my father tried to have me removed from the project, but I persisted. Jamie, I always wanted to be near you. And then, the democratic movements that had consumed the rest of the Eastern Bloc spread to our country as well. The Cold War was over, The hardliners who had pushed for its development were stripped of power and the project was cancelled. The reformers, trying to cover up the existence of such a crazed project, ordered that all materials related to it be destroyed and that we stand trial for our actions. Jamie and Gillian were to be returned to their homeland. That's about the time that I learned that you, Gillian, that you were a CIA agent, and that you were trying to pass documents on our research to your military. The country had sold us out. I'm no politician. I couldn't care less about what happened to the country. All I cared about was my research and Jamie. And I was to lose all of that, everything. For someone so young, you cannot understand how great of a shock that was.
Elijah.
That is when I decided, I swore I would see that secret crazed project through to the end. At the time, the bioroids were 80% finished. The main part, their endostructure, was essentially completed. But we still were having trouble with the artificial skin. The area that Jamie and I were assigned to.
It really is the most Kojima
We called
shit,
it
isn't it?
artificial skin, but there was of course no need to duplicate T lymphocytes, Langerhans cells, or endocrine cells. All we needed was keratinized cells and melanocytes to provide the pigment. With the artificial protein development techniques that we had in those days, full-scale synthetic cell development was very difficult. Research like this took months, years. The original project called for us to simultaneously snatch an entire country. In other words, a whole nation, or an entire city had to be snatched over the course of one night. For that reason, a powerful biological agent, which could quickly and effectively kill the population of the country, was being simultaneously developed.
Lucifer Alpha.
That's right. A type RAO11 virus which another team was developing. For someone like myself, who was closely involved in the project, blowing up the lab was quite a simple task.
My God, Elijah, do you know what you're saying? That explosion killed half the world's population.
I moved all the materials and records essential to the Bioroid project into the shelter and executed my plan on June 6th. After sealing off the lab, I brought the two of you with me to the underground shelter and we entered a cryogenic sleep. But not before I programmed an atmospheric research satellite to transmit a wake signal when the danger from Lucifer Alpha had passed.
And 10 years later, Lucifer Alpha naturally mutated into a non-toxic form.
But the automatic revival system failed to work.
Oh no, it worked. Just as planned. It revived me 10 years later. A little sooner than the two of you, of course.
But even though you sealed the lab with the explosion and everything, you should have been exposed. Why weren't you?
Oh, I was. But by that time, the vaccine L-Angels had already been developed.
So everything went just as you planned it then?
Yes, up until that point. But my real struggle was yet to come. My original plan was to revive Jamie as well, and for the two of us to finish the development of the bioroids. You, Gillian, you were to stay asleep forever. But I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Not after looking at Jamie's peaceful face there in the pod. Besides, I could never have convinced her to work with me on the project anyway. I knew the time was not yet right, so I changed the timers of your pods to permanent on.
How could you do such a thing?
And so for the next 40 years, I worked alone in that cold and lonely room under the Kremlin.
Why would you do that and not
trying
just
to complete the
kill
artificial skin for the Snatchers. For days and days, no one would visit me. I never saw the sun or felt the changing of the seasons. Still, I always had Jamie by my side. You were always there for me to talk to. Just you and I for 40 years in that dark cellar.
Oh, you poor, poor man.
And And then, 3 years ago, my research was finally completed. First, I snatched the Siberian Special Investigative Forces to establish a transport route for the Snatchers. And then, to test the effect of large-scale Snatch operations, I chose Neokobe City to be my experimental sample. Neokobe is cut off from the surrounding areas,
this
a
is
sort
still
of
going.
miniature country in itself, making it a perfect test site. And since it's a melting pot of various races, it would also allow me to gather extensive data on Snatcher modification and operational techniques. In addition, the element of suspicion or mistrust, which runs deep in Japanese
It's
culture,
gonna keep going
was
for a
another reason
while.
I chose this site.
But your test revealed a critical flaw in your machine's artificial skin.
Yes, quite unexpected, I'm afraid. All my research for 40 years. I gathered data and worked day and night to find a solution, but nothing seemed to work.
So that's why you decided to bring Professor Modner here, right?
Is this basically it,
That's
though?
correct.
Like,
I discovered my father in one of the government's hospitals. He
You know,
was
don't-
old, but still very sound of mind. Naturally, he would not cooperate with me.
Of course not. He'd never become involved in something like
no
that.
more shooting segments, okay.
So, unable to receive his assistance, I decided that I had to have yours. But a mistake on my part allowed both you and Gillian to be taken into custody by the authorities first.
Just what are you trying to accomplish, Elijah? You must know you can never get Jamie back.
I'm only interested in discovering what I can of the human animal. In the past, it was because of Jamie. My motive is different now.
It sounds like you're just suffering from the wild arrogance that corrupts so many scientists.
Humans are such weak creatures. No matter how much they trust one another, the tiniest speck of suspicion can destroy it all. Look at how the Snatcher problem has caused such wild unrest. No matter how much science advances or how high we set our ideals, we eventually begin to suspect each other, to hate each other, and then to kill each other. The Snatchers are nothing more than a tool for bringing out this reaction. I am simply using the Snatchers to elicit the true nature of the human animal. I think this experiment has shown me the limits of human society. I sincerely doubt it will be able to reach any greater level of prosperity on its own. If human society ever hopes to reach greater heights, what is needed is an absolute leader, a firm ruler who isn't affected by these trivial episodes of mistrust.
You're crazy if you think people would ever obey Snatchers.
Of course they wouldn't. But if they don't know, they cannot object. There has been a time in every age that the people have longed for a god to lead them. As long as they give the people no reason to suspect them, then they can easily become their gods, indeed, a new race of super beings. We are almost there. Once we perfect the artificial skin, Snatchers will transcend man to become this planet's true human beings.
But you'll never get your perfect skin now. Professor Modner is dead.
I no longer have any use for my father. I have a sample of the new skin he developed. Once I've analyzed it, I'll be able to make as much as I need. Or if need be, we could simply culture the keratinized cells, epithelial cells, and melanocytes in the quantities that we need.
What are you talking about? How could you get a sample of perfected artificial skin?
Why don't you take a look at this? We found this in the rubble of Queen's Hospital.
It makes sense now.
Random!
I was waiting for that one. It's like, why does he look like
an
Random?
acquaintance of yours?
He's a Snatcher?
That term isn't exactly accurate. This bioroid was constructed by my father without my knowledge.
We got ads starting
He
again in a
modeled
minute.
it after
so
me in my youth.
We'll take a little pause.
He
We'll
built
see if we
it
can
right
finish this
here
out
in
tonight.
this
after all.
facility. And not only that, he programmed it to destroy Snatchers.
Once the ads start.
This bioroid caused me serious difficulties. It's designed and built far better than my Snatchers. The machine itself thought it was human. My father input memories for it all the way back to childhood. Those too were apparently mine.
Ah.
Haven't you yet realized? Random Hajil is Elijah Modner spelled
I was gonna
backwards.
say, I was trying to do that in my
How
head.
like my father, silly old man.
I was like, is that just an
He did
anagram?
virtually overnight what I could not do in 40
How
years
silly.
of effort. Furthermore, he makes a bioroid so perfect, even the bioroid itself believes itself to be real. What's more, the cells of the skin he developed are self-replicating. Once in place, no further transplants or culturing is necessary.
Is he dead?
Its main and locomotive systems are completely shut down. It's
We'll
just
take a little break
scrap
once
now.
those ads start.
But the artificial skin
Hey,
is
Bucky.
being kept alive. This we need. With this, we can move to phase 2
I
of
am a
our
fellow
plan,
bun.
a
Hello.
full-scale infiltration.
And we got ads. But hello, fellow bun. Yep. We're gonna take a little pause here since ads just started up. But hey, Rocco Lope. Alright. I'll be right back. We'll see if we can finish this up tonight after all. Alright, be right back in just a moment. Alright, commercials should be over. Welcome back, everybody. We're still in the middle of learning the supervillain's super secret plan from Snatcher here. I think we're almost done with the game, so... But in true Kojima fashion, boy, this is going and going and going.
Of the world's major nations.
Howdy, Rocco. How you doing, hon?
The summit's already over. You'll never succeed.
Love a fellow bunny.
What does the summit matter? Nothing holds us back now that we have this perfect skin. We can go anywhere we want, and there will be no way to tell us apart. I will have free control over the world.
I'll catch you later,
Nothing
Andy.
will be able to stop me.
Thanks for hanging.
Politics and free thought will no longer have any meaning. My will
Doing good,
alone
having
will
some
decide
DQ?
the
Very
course
nice.
of human history.
I'm very hungry right now.
You egomaniac. Do you think you can snatch the entire population?
There's a fully automated snatcher factory under the Kremlin. Even as we speak, scores of new snatchers are being born.
But no matter how hard you try, you won't be able to snatch the people's heart and soul. What do you hope to gain from this anyway?
Jamie, the human race is composed of fools. But I
Thank
am
you for the
different.
follow, Rocco.
I will be its savior. Indeed, not just of mankind, but of all life on the planet.
I'm afraid that won't be possible.
Hey, it's
Metal!
In 10 minutes, this church will be struck by a phased particle beam. I am guiding the beam from the attack satellite using GPS and 15 navigational satellites. The beam cannot miss. Everything in a 2 to 3 kilometer radius from me will be destroyed.
Stop this foolishness now. I will not have my research destroyed by some souped-up pocket calculator.
Metal, what happened at the summit?
The delegates, worried about the Snatcher menace, voted unanimously to allow the use of nuclear weapons on the city. The military is presently imposing a quarantine on Neo-Kobe.
What? Do they intend to kill everybody?
The populace is in a state of panic. However, they have agreed to lift the quarantine if this church is struck by the phased particle beam. This is our last chance. I will handle things here. Gillian, Jamie, you two must flee.
You insignificant mass of metal. You'll never...
One move and I detonate. Gillian, run!
Metal, this is crazy!
We can't let a single Snatcher get out of here. And this new artificial skin has to be destroyed as well.
I will not allow some talking scrap pile to get away with this. If you are the aiming point for the beam, then I'll just have you thrown out of here. Grab this little one and take him out of here.
Run, Metal, run!
Cowardly little robot.
You always were a real pain in the butt.
Random.
What's that?
What? How did...
The real hero.
You're supposed to be deactivated.
I don't go down that easy, old man.
Imagine calling yourself
Stop
old man.
this foolish...
Shut up! Let's try to make our final moments peaceful, shall we? And you Snatchers, you touch the little guy and the old man's head comes off!
The better
Random.
son, yeah.
I've always hated being used. Why don't you watch the final act with me?
Gillian, you only have 5 minutes. The turbo cycle is just outside on standby. Use that to flee.
Let me go. I'm Elijah Modner. I'm your original.
I don't care if I'm an original or a copy or what. You and I are gonna die right here. If we both die, there won't be a copy anymore now, will there?
The stupid logic of a simpleton, of a machine.
He's super right.
Whatever it is, it's my will!
Machines have no will. Machines cannot sacrifice themselves.
We'll see about that.
You have 4 minutes. You must go. And don't forget to take care of the factory under the Kremlin.
Stop!
Gillian, even if these memories in my head are fiction...
Yeah, I know what you mean. Our memories of our time together are all too real, Random.
Gillian, you become one hell of a junker.
Gillian, it has been most recreational being your partner.
Oh, Metal!
If you can, try to pick up the pieces for me, okay? Like we did for Little John?
Little John? Oh! Okay, Metal.
Hurry! You only have 3 minutes!
Thanks! Thanks, you two! Jamie, come on!
Proceed with the running already. Goodbye, robot boyfriend and smaller robot partner.
No! Don't let her go! No!
You pathetic old fool! You don't even know how to love someone!
You stupid machine!
The machine
What
loves
is that
me.
idiotic grin supposed to mean?
By snatching you, I'm finally gonna get my real self back!
Random, there's less than 1 minute to go. Thanks to you, everything will be fine.
You don't owe me any thanks. Sorry to get you involved in such a big job. You did great. You're a hell of a junker.
3, 2, 1, here it comes!
Later, kid!
I hope everybody's saluting for Random. The true hero of the game.
Airport Division has completed boarding. 7th Mechanized Infantry Team has completed boarding. 17th Special Engineering Squad report for boarding immediately.
So you're really going, aren't you?
It's our responsibility, too. Besides, if I go to Moscow, I may get some of my memory back. And if that happens, I'll be able to love you even more than I do now. Wait for me. I want to be with you, but first I've got to destroy this terrible factory of theirs. Jamie, when I get back, let's try living together again. What do you say?
13th Special Operations Squad and all junker personnel report immediately for departure.
Just thinking about it a real
We'll be
long time.
waiting for you too.
Katrina! Mika! You're here too?
You better be happy, Buster, with all these beautiful women seeing you off.
I'm happy you came. Let me introduce my wife.
Jamie Seed. I suppose it's a little odd introducing myself a second time, though.
What do you mean? You've never met them before, have you?
What are you talking about, Gillian? We're good friends.
Huh? Since when?
It's the first time I've met her in person, but I've spoken with her on the video phone a lot of times.
What? Have you guys been talking about me behind my back?
A little left? Okay. Alright. Trying to learn more about you was what got our relationship started. Before I knew it, we really became close, didn't we? I mean, kinda. We talked a little bit. Our relationship has gone beyond just being friends. Beyond just friends? Well, that sounds pretty good to me. Did, like, Gillian really get the harem ending? Is that what's going on here? Oh, don't be stupid, Gillian. You have a warped mind sometimes, you know. I was telling Mika about how lonely it was being home alone all the time, and she told me that Jamie was always worried about me, so I gave her a videotape call, a video phone call. Even with Alice gone, I was really lonely. Katrina. They're both so easy to talk to. It's like I've got two real sisters now. They're just like family to me now. I'm gonna assume that that's all the dialogue. While you're away, I hope it's okay for Jamie to come and live with me. Yeah, I have no problem with that at all. It'll shorten my commute as well, so I'll be killing two birds with one stone. Great, I'm so happy. Let's look at them all, I guess. She's done a really great job. I owe her a lot of thanks. Don't worry, Mika. This is one job I won't mess up. This kid has had such a rough time. She lost almost everything practically overnight. She sure did. Katrina had it rough. I just couldn't stand to leave such a cute kid all by herself. You sure couldn't, Gillian. You were kind of a creep. I'm gonna memorize every detail of Katrina's lovely face so that I don't forget it, adding it to the spank bank. Gillian, would you stop that? I feel like you're undressing me with your eyes. I think they're using the wrong "your" there. That should be "you are undress." You know, so that should be apostrophe "re." Oh, minor issue. Minor thing. I'm really sorry for all the worry I've caused you. By the time I return, I'll probably have my memory back. Don't worry, I promise to make you happy. Might be a bit lonely for a while, but I'll be back soon. Hang in there. I'm so tired of living alone. Maybe I'll ask Katrina if I can move in with her in the near future. I feel almost as if I've got a new little sister. It's really wonderful. Katrina is such a cheerful and sweet kid.
So have they finalized what they're going to do about Junker operations? I suppose this will end up being our last mission, huh?
Well, originally they were planning on disbanding the team, but now they've decided to keep us in business.
Yeah, me, I'm the bunkie.
So that means...
How you doing, Fox?
That's right. We've been designated as one of the
Mika and
government's
Katrina end
special
up dating?
police
I hope so.
That puts us above the regular cops.
So the government has decided that crime by machines poses a bigger threat than crime by humans from here on out, huh?
They've chosen the new chief, too. So when you get back, you'll get to meet the new head honcho.
Well, it's comforting to know I've got a place I can come back to.
I'm doing well, Foxtrot. I think finishing up Snatcher here, it seems like. Mika and Katrina can bond over what a creep Gillian has been to both of them. While still obviously being hung up on his wife. Have a safe trip, Second Lieutenant Seed. I'm a second lieutenant as well, so let's try to work well together when you get back. What, I'm a second lieutenant? How come my rank is even lower than what I had in the army, huh?
When you get back, let's go to Alton Plaza, okay? Promise?
When you get back from this job, you still have a dinner date to keep with me, you know.
Don't worry. I won't forget my promises to either of you. Oops, almost forgot. Of course, I want to spend some private moments with my wife, too, huh? What's wrong, Jamie?
Harry and I will be waiting for you to get home.
That's Harry's hat.
We can do it this time, Gillian. Not some fake couple like before, but with love and trust.
I know, Jamie.
Take care, Gillian.
I'll see you, Jamie.
Are Twinkies made for Twinks?
Take me with you, please.
Hey!
You? Metal?
Yes,
It's literally a fucking Sega CD.
So this is just a temporary body. Just call me Metal Gear, Sega CD for now.
So they found your memory
so
chip
silly.
in one piece, eh?
Random protected it from the blast of the beam.
Random, huh?
What a bro.
Wait a second. I've heard that sneeze somewhere before.
Really?
I wonder,
I
yeah.
didn't hear anything. Anyway, I want to know if you'll take me with you.
Because that's literally a Sega CD.
Please take me with you.
Hurry up and get on board, partner.
Yes, sir, Gillian.
Fucking stuck Metal Gear into a Sega CD. Yeah, are Twinkies made for Twinks? My understanding is that the etymology of a twink to refer to a young gay man does come from the snack, probably. No one's sure for, 100% obviously on the etymology of that, but the etymology I've heard the most often is that, yes, Twinks are named
Throughout
after
history,
Twinkies.
Suspicion has always bred conflict.
because they are
The
blonde,
real conflict,
soft, and
though,
full of cream.
resides in people's hearts. This conflict has just begun.
All right. You're a staff sarge. Game's over. Fine. That was a long ending, wasn't it? Finally, good night. All right. Yeah, have a great night, Dump. Thanks for hanging out. All right. Yeah. Well, that was super fun to look at. I'd always heard this was pretty good. Time to get some sleep. Yep, get some rest, Dump. Thanks for hanging. Thanks for pushing through to the end. I know we went a little overtime. But yeah, I was impressed with this. It's definitely like a bit of a holdover from its time, of course, as originally a PC game from '88. But yeah, very ahead of its time. Did some really interesting stuff playing around with player interaction. Some like kind of meta gameplay aspects to it, playing with the player, not just you know, using interactive media in an interesting way. And of course was just very, very Kojima in just how long and complicated the explanations for the stories were. But yeah, I had always heard that this was quite good. And I do have to say, I'm not disappointed. It was quite good. The actual combat sections are very few and far between. There's only about like half a dozen actual parts where you pull your gun out, which I think is some admirable restraint. Or maybe it was because they kind of realized the combat was pretty clunky and kind of not good. So keep it to a minimum. Focus on the story. Definitely some stuff in there that I could use some work with conveying things to the player, I think. A lot of parts in there where, you know, you've clicked through everything and they're telling you, nope, there is nothing here, there's nothing here, there's nothing here, but you're expected to click it through a few more times to go, oh wait, no, actually I was wrong. I lied to you, player, there is something here. That probably added a good, like, hour and a half to 2 hours, maybe, of playtime of just me going, what does it want me to do? I have clicked everything and it has told me to stop. And it was like, no, actually you're supposed to keep clicking. Click through those dialogue trees more. But yeah, for its time, a very sophisticated story. And did some very interesting things. I do wonder if anybody suffered any serious, like, long-term hearing damage from the little trick it plays on you early on, with the whole turn the volume up so you can hear the beeping, and then the loud explosion. Which is, you know, frankly pretty brilliant. You know, make the actual player's ears ring to immerse them, but I do wonder if anybody actually suffered any serious hearing damage from that. But yeah. Overall, a very good game. I was quite impressed with it. I'm glad I finally got to play it. I might need a little break before we move on to the next Kojima game. We'll probably be looking at Police Knots, but I might need a little break from that before we get into that. But I do want to look at Police Knots as kind of the closest thing to a spiritual sequel to this that Kojima made. But yeah. Well, that was fun. I enjoyed that quite a lot. $19.94. And the original version was $88. Fascinating. But alright. Well, we'll call her there then for the night. We'll find someone to raid out to, but here we go. Let me put my info in for y'all. And run down my little spiel, but I'm Beige Samurai. I stream mostly retro and indie stuff. I've been looking at a number of games from various auteur directors. Right now we're looking at Kojima by popular demand. People wanted me to look at some Kojima games, so of course I can't look at the normal ones. I can't look at the well-known ones, so we had to look at Snatcher. Next we'll probably look at Police Knots, but we'll probably do a little break from that for a little bit. So we'll probably do more Like a Dragon Ishin tomorrow, which I know is neither indie nor retro, but as a little treat for myself, I do also just love the Yakuza games. So we'll probably look at that. We might look at something else tomorrow. There are a number of like little indie things that we could always look at. So, but eventually we'll look at Police Knots, the kind of spiritual sequel that never got a proper English release, but I should have a working English patch for. So that should be interesting to look at. But yeah, so we do that. I do dance games in VR. I hang out in VR chat. And on Wednesdays, we do a spicy stream on a certain other website, which I cannot direct you to on here due to the nature of that content. But if that's something that interests you, we look at spicy games and do spicy VR chat hangout times. Sometimes with guests. It's always a good time. But yeah. So we'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, maybe Ishin, maybe something else. But let's find someone else to raid out to here. Who should we raid? We could raid Kochi. We could raid B-Tap. Raid Solo. Maybe a Punk Bunny. They're doing Claire Obscure. What's Kochi doing? Silent Hill 2? Let's go drop in on Kochi. Silent Hill 2 is a cool game. So, alright. I'll send you all over to Kochi. He's a cute little femboy maid bunny. I'm guessing some of y'all are probably into femboy bunnies. Just a guess. So, alright. I'll send you on over to him. Thank you all for spending the evening with me. I had a lovely time. Snatcher was really cool. So, yeah. Hopefully I'll see you all soon. Alright. Good night, y'all.